No, no. Okay, so the June 9th, 2025 regular meeting of the Malibu City Council is now called to order. In-person participants, if you would like to speak, please submit your request to speak form to the clerk. Remote participants, if you would like to speak, please join the Zoom webinar meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom when the item you wish to speak on is called. May we have a roll call?
Councilmember Conrad? Here. Councilmember Stewart?
Here.
Councilmember Euring?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Present.
Mayor Riggins?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. And you are our public speaker. Please go ahead.
Bueller. Okay, good, the mic's working. So I understand you guys have a couple items on closed session that honestly we don't know much about. We could speculate, or we'll speculate at this point. Is it to do with the private security team that's being deployed and which company? And so we're not sure what those two items are, but I've been reviewing the meetings from every time you come back from closed session, and usually you guys don't have a full report. Trevor just it just says nothing to report. And a couple of those items were the city manager, interim city manager, and the report after closed session was nothing to report. So I kind of find it hopefully this time around we get more of a complete report. I kind of noticed Ms. Bond's not here, so that's a little different for the interim city manager not to be present. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kelsey, do we have any remote speakers?
No, we don't have any participants or raised hands on Zoom.
Okay. We will now recess to closed session to discuss the items listed on the closed session agenda. We will reconvene at 5:30 to begin the regular session and hear the closed session report. Thank you. The June 9th, 2025 regular meeting of the Malibu City Council is now called to order. In-person participants, if you'd like to speak, please submit your request to speak form to the clerk. Remote participants, if you would like to speak, please join the Zoom webinar meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom when the item you wish to speak on is called. May we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Conrad? Here. Councilmember Stewart?
Here.
Councilmember Euring?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Present.
Mayor Riggins?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Okay, Mr. Frost, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I heard you.
Put your right hand over your heart, please. I pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands,
Thank you, Sergeant Soderlund. Okay, may we please have a closed session report?
Yes, at 4:00 p.m., the City Council met in open session, the recess to closed session for the items listed on the posted agenda. All 5 council members were present and no reportable action was taken.
May we please have a report on the posting of the agenda?
The agenda for this meeting was properly posted on May 30th, 2025, with the amended agenda posted on June 6th, 2025.
Okay, so may we please have an approval of the agenda, and if possible, if we could consider hearing items 8A, Youth Commission appointments, and 7A, the PCH Master Plan, at 6:30, and then resume with the regular remainder of our agenda.
I'll make a motion with those 2 changes.
Do we have a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None, so ordered. Kelsey, you got that all straight? Perfect. So the first item up will be.
report on closed session.
No, here, read that. That's okay. So for consent, item number 1, I have 1 speaker slip. Do we have anyone online?
There's one raised hand in Zoom.
Okay, could you just, no more additional hands on Zoom?
And Mayor, I have one more speaker slip we're handing your way now.
Okay, great, thank you. So our first speaker in person is Ann Kay.
Hello, greetings. So I actually made it in time to get this slide presentation put together. This is the warrant run as it's supposed to look. Can I please have the next slide? Is it a clicker? What, you said this? This is the redacted version that people with their iPhones and MacBook Pros and other agencies got to see. Notice the redaction. Notice even more redaction. We don't know who they're paying, how much. We know how much. We don't know who they're paying for what service. And today, I had a conversation, I think this is the slide we used with this deputy city clerk, which I think that was it. So we can come back, please. So that is what we're seeing on our computers, is this redacted version of who's getting paid and for what account, and we're not able to cross-reference it. So we sent it to another agency to review. They saw zeros, and underneath all the little black lines was zeros. So anybody who looks at the warrant run on a MacBook Pro or an iPhone sees this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan? Embry, you're next.
In the 30-whatever years I've served on transportation commissions and committees for the city, we've discussed traffic engineering issues, including things that affect and are on PCH. And if we'd have the other slide first. This happens to be, looks like a triplex, maybe a quadplex, some very older version, kind of somewhere in the vicinity of Moon Shadows. Ooh, this obviously did burn. This is a Google shot. If you notice the ficus bush, to the right of it, you'll see there's some concrete baluster thing. This is the address that shows up when entering in one of the projects you approved at your last council meeting. And that was to spend $600,000 to study putting in a crosswalk here, I guess for whoever lived in this unit of the triplex, or maybe the triplexes, maybe several of them are owned by the same entity. I don't know where this came from, but it was to use the City of Malibu allocation of tax monies that we're supposed to be using on our own streets, but in this case, it got allocated onto Pacific Coast Highway for a crosswalk here. And if we could have the next slide, as you can see, it's a crosswalk to nowhere. And this may have begun long before the Palisades fire, but Caltrans didn't initiate this project, probably for very good reason, is there's no need, nexus, public access. We have a whole lot of crosswalks going in and they keep having to be upgraded over and over and over. They never seem to get it right from the get-go. And my question is what is here that would need a crosswalk? And since we have changed conditions, this whole project should have been put on hold and ineligible for consideration. If we go back to the first slide, you see the burned out Volkswagen Bug. Well, there it is with a black top and a white roof. The next slide, please. We're back to the same thing, the remnants of the ficus bush and the pilasters. So the second one is a separate bid for $5 million that was issued by the City Council the same last meeting. And this is all on PCH, Caltrans State Highway, to study very loosely defined traffic revisions for the intersections of Las Flores Canyon and PCH and the adjacent Rambla Pacifico signal, which has been tied together for decades. And I believe there's a bridge rebuilding project in there somewhere, but that's not what the $5 million's for. Unfortunately, that was a sole bid contract for $5 million. And it's city money, I think it's Measure M or Measure R, and that got approved. I don't know why Caltrans isn't fitting the whole bill and why we're using up our allocation for
Ryan.
that. Thank you.
Our online speaker?
Jim?
Jim, please go ahead.
Jim, you should see a pop-up asking to unmute.
Jim, are you there? Okay. Thank you. Okay, we're going to return to the council. The consent calendar. We'll now consider the consent calendar. Would any of the council members like to pull an item for further discussion?
I'd like to pull item B12, please.
Okay, so 1B12. Anyone else?
I don't want to pull the warrant, but I want to make a comment about it.
Okay. Is this the appropriate time now for a talk about 1B? Is that 1B2?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right, my comment is, I don't know what the speaker was talking about. I looked at our printout, there's no redactions there, and then I pulled up the warrant on my Samsung phone while I was sitting here, and there's no redactions on that either, so I don't know what the speaker was referring to.
I would also, I am on a, not an iPhone or a Mac Pro or anything like that, and I looked at the warrant registration this morning, and I could see everything that was on there also, so maybe it's something that iPhones need to address with their company.
Yes, Mayor, it seems to be an issue with some individuals' devices, but we'll take a look at how the document is compiled and see if there's an easier way to present it to the public so that issue doesn't come up.
Thank you. I realize I skipped. Do we have a motion to pass the remainder of the consent calendar besides 2 and 12?
I'll make a motion to do that.
2 also.
Second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Okay, could we get staff on 12, please? 1B12?
Well, I can tell you what the question I had is, when you look at 1B12, there's some serious sized change orders, and I was just wondering what the change orders were, especially on a park, the skate park.
Good evening, Council. Are you referring to the skate park project estimate?
Yes.
Are you referring to? So that's our budget for the skate park. We have a change order budget amount of $620,349,000 for potential change orders that come up. To date, we haven't had any change orders on that project. That's just a budget for change orders that come up.
Just out of curiosity, how far along percentage completion do you think you are? Because that would make me feel better. We're not going to see the 620.
Yeah, I think a lot of the preliminary rough grading has been completed. I just got an update from our staff that project is moving along really well, and they are actually ahead of schedule on what they're doing. So that's my update.
Okay. And I guess the same would be true for the Clover Heights storm drain. That's just a placeholder on the change order on that as well?
Correct. That's a typical kind of budget allotment for change orders. If we don't use those change orders, which we try not to, but things happen during construction, that's a typical budget amount for that type of work.
Okay. It was just an eye-watering number. That's what got me. All right. That's all my questions on this. If no one else has anything on it, I'll make a motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No?
I think you didn't include the warrant when you called for the first vote.
You are absolutely correct. I
So
didn't.
we need to do that.
Yes. So do we have a motion for item 1B2?
I'll move to approve 1B2.
Do we have a second? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Okay. So that takes us Kelsey, please help me. We can go forward with ceremonial presentations? at this point?
Correct. Next would
Okay.
be ceremonial presentations. We have an update from the Malibu Education Foundation.
Okay, great. I have Karen O'Harden will present the update. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello. Good evening. And I have there we go. Fabulous. Thank you for the opportunity to share an update on Malibu Education Foundation. Your support launched the foundation, and we are deeply grateful. Today, we'll walk through key milestones since our last update last May, spotlight the incredible success of middle school athletics, and share our roadmap ahead. But first, as we close out this school year, congratulations to the Malibu High class of 2025. This resilient class represents the strength of our community. And while recent events may have drawn headlines, we affirm the actions of a few do not reflect the integrity of the many, and these students inspire the mission of Malibu Education Foundation. So just a quick refresher, since it's been a year since we spoke. Malibu Education Foundation was created to establish long-term sustainable funding for staff and staff programs not covered by the district across all 4 Malibu public schools. This role mirrors Santa Monica Ed Foundation's for their schools and fills a critical gap as parent-led fundraising became unsustainable. Our 3-phase plan was endorsed by both City Council and the school district, officially launching MEF. We immediately began relieving the fundraising burden at school sites by funding aids and arts for 23-24. This allowed PTAs and the Shark Fund to focus their efforts on building community, advocating for children, and having a lighter fundraising lift for in-year enrichment. By March, we launched middle school athletics. In 2024-25, we expanded our support to middle and high school programs, launched our foundation publicly in September, partnered with Malibu Moves, and hosted a holiday tree lot where we raised $70,000 despite being closed for 5 days because of the Franklin fire. We received our 501c3 status in January, paused fundraising for 4 months following the Palisades fire, and just launched our Brighter Future Starts Here campaign. The yellow boxes in this slide highlight the programs we've funded in just 2 years, creating a dependable pathway for Malibu students. And despite the hurdles we faced, MEF fundraising represented 23% of total funds raised for the current year. That's a strong start for a new foundation, balancing awareness building with fundraising, immediate programming needs, and the schools are feeling the impact. And we just want to highlight middle school athletics as one of those areas. So middle school athletics represents the kind of program that we can build together, one that reflects school identity and long-term community need. It's more than just sports. It's a blueprint for how MEF can enhance student life through strategic community-aligned investments. With city seed funding, middle school athletics went from concept to live programming in 3 months. It blew past participation benchmarks and quickly proved its relevance. Students showed up in force, and it met a real unmet need. In our first full year, we added a summer program. We introduced tennis and strength training based on student feedback. And we created both competitive and development teams to meet student athletes where they are. We tackled Malibu's geographic challenges, hosting four home events, piloting a Las Virgenes game, and partnering with the PTSA to purchase 2 vans. And Malibu High is already reaping the benefits. The girls' JV volleyball coach credits middle school athletics, that spring launch, for early wins. And this is just the beginning. The program's going to take some big steps forward next year when the district will assume the athletic coordinator role, which will provide permanence for the program and will reduce MEF's fundraising load. We've also been invited to join the Las Virgenes All-Star League, bringing more local, accessible games to our students. The sports highlighted in blue are the ones that will compete in that league. This success is a direct result of your support. And what's next? So our strategic plan forward. Malibu Education Foundation is entering a transition year in the upcoming 25-26 school year. The executive director search is live with hiring planned for July. We're shifting to forward funding, which will require us to raise beyond annual targets. And our calendar is full. Our first MEF Gala will take place in October, and Malibu Moves in October as well, a reimagined holiday lot, and the launch of an alumni network. We'll execute against an endowment strategy supporting both an MEF endowment and the Van Dyke Endowment for the Arts, which raised $200,000 principal amount at the event last June. And already we've deployed the first $5,000 in interest from that endowment towards the arts investment made this year. And in closing, MEF is on track, the plan is working, the momentum is real, and all we need is continued support from the community. Donate to help sustain and grow programs, share and attend our events, join Team MEF for Malibu Moves, dine out every third Tuesday at a participating restaurant. June 17th is Howdy's and Sushi by Howdy's. 10% of your bill goes to MEF. And please save the date of October 4th for our first annual MEF Gala at Malibu High. It's going to be open to the community. It'll be a lot of fun and fundraising. Thank you for your partnership. And that's the update.
Is it appropriate for council to ask any questions?
Sure, briefly.
I left you in for questions.
Any council members have any questions or comments?
I just want to know how much money is your target to raise for this 25-26 year?
Our budget is, it's just shy of $1 million. We hope to get grants totaling close to $450,000. We've been applying for grants outside of our historical support as well. Thanks, Marianne. So we hope to raise $500,000 direct fundraising.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? No? Okay. I think it's, the community should be really excited. Councilmember Conrad and I, we mentioned the last meeting that we got to tour the new high school building, and we're very excited. We hope that more community members are able to tour that building, and I know the incoming classes are excited about being able to learn and everything. So I think it's a great opportunity for education in our little city.
Absolutely. It's a great space, and it's for the community, and they can see it on October 4th. Spend some time there. Thank you.
Steve?
Oh,
Yes.
Steve.
And I don't know, are we going to get any update in terms of, I know what happens to school. Are we going to get any update on that tonight? I don't know if it's coming from you.
Oh, the situation
Yeah.
at this school?
Just how we're resolving that. That's just, I'm getting questions and I don't have any idea.
Can I invite someone up to help me address that? Because I know Kevin Keegan has been very vocal and speaking with the school district. From my understanding, there are tapes, and it was a few students in a larger group who was there for a senior prank, a lighthearted senior prank night, which is what has occurred for the last 10 years. It hasn't been vandalism like this. And it was a few that went the wrong direction. And the school district and the school site are following up on those.
How much damage was done?
I haven't actually been to the school site, but there was some concrete furniture broken. Locks were glued. The golf carts were rendered, I think, inoperable. And
Yeah, I'm just
some
trying to
graffiti.
get a handle on how the total damages and how we're paying for that.
I don't think I'm qualified to answer that. Kevin, do you want to?
Well, I would assume that that's going to be handled by the district, and
Yeah.
they'll be following up, and if there are any formal charges that need to be made against any individuals, that'll be handled through some type of criminal action or something if they feel it's warranted.
Yeah, from what I understand, there's a shared support across the parent community and the school for accountability for the actions that took place, and that is what we expect to happen.
Okay, great. Thank you.
But it's not a reflection on the student body as a whole. It was a few.
And so just so everybody knows, we've got exciting, both elementary schools, Malibu Elementary and Webster, both have their promotion celebrations tomorrow. And then high school graduation will be on Wednesday, starting, I believe, at 2 o'clock.
Yep.
And then the middle school promotion will be on Thursday in the morning. So I'm really looking forward to those. It's great to see all the kids, and wishing them a success in their next endeavors.
Thank you. Thank you,
Anyone
everyone.
else? Okay. Do we have any commission, committee, and city manager updates?
No, we don't have any commission or committee updates, but we will have a city manager update.
Great.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. This week, Public Works continues its great work on continuing the betterment of our community. Construction of the permanent skate park project is progressing, and the construction can be viewed live stream at Skate Park Malibu, California, which is the official website, so you can watch what's happening live. The guardrail replacement project is nearing completion. The project is essentially replacing guardrails damaged by the Franklin and Palisades fires. In addition, There's a number of activities that are occurring this week. At the Malibu Library tomorrow at 7 p.m. is a showcase from local author series featuring Bridget Crocker, who will discuss her book, The River's Daughter, and RSVP is required at malibucity.org/speakers. The Malibu Senior Center is having a seasonal craft series for mosaic coasters. That's going to be Thursday, June the 12th from 1 to 2:30. RSVP is through contacting the Malibu Senior Center. June 12th is Park Tales Adventures into Reading for children ages 2 through 5 at the Malibu Bluffs Park. And our summer day camp series has begun. The Community Services Department is offering 8 weeks of summer day camps, which my children took a part in. malibucity.org/day camps. That will happen from June 16th through the 20th. Flag football, dance, skateboarding, surfing, these are all great activities. Please sign your kids up and get them out the house and outdoors. I also very excited this evening to announce that after a long and competitive process, Ms. Yolanda Bundy has been selected as the Community Development Director for the City of Malibu. We'd like to extend her our heartiest congratulations. Thank you very much.
That's it? We got 13 minutes.
I'm quick.
I believe we do have Sergeant Sutherland.
Sergeant.
Good evening, City Council. I have the crime statistics for the month of May. So the month of May, there was 22 Part 1 crimes. This brings our total for the year to 94. This compares to 159 from last year, so it's a 40.9% decrease year over year. So again, still down, which is nice to see. A couple incidents have transpired. So on the 23rd of May, 2 juveniles were hiking at the Point Dume Nature Preserve when they fell off the cliff. One fell partly down the cliff, the other fell all the way down the cliff. We responded with LA County Fire, the California State Park Rangers to rescue them. The one that fell partially down had minor injuries. However, the one that fell all the way down had critical injuries. Our Air Rescue 5 responded and did a hoist rescue and took him to a trauma hospital. So we are out there trying to help them as well as we can, and we're coordinating with all the agencies. So it's a multi-agency response. So we're hoping for his well-being, and hopefully he recovers soon. There's still speeding going on in the burn zone on PCH. I want to remind everybody it's 25-mile-an-hour speed limit through there. Our motors are out there sighting. Please slow down. There's still heavy equipment and construction going on in that area for the recovery. And now the senior prank gone wrong last week. So Malibu High School, there was senior prank that resulted in felony level vandalism to the campus. Tens of thousands of dollars in damages were done. Our juvenile intervention team is actively investigating it, and we're identifying the individuals responsible for it. The law makes a distinction between juveniles and adults. Anyone who's 18 or over is an adult in the eyes of the law, and there are harsh consequences for adults. So I believe some of these individuals were 18 at the time, so there will be consequences. And finally, Parker, if you have, I'm sure everyone is aware of what's going on in downtown Los Angeles. The Sheriff's Department is sending our mobile field forces daily to downtown. and for the operations down there, including deputies from Malibu Los Hills Sheriff Station. So I wanted to read this. Well, before I do that, I'll give you an update here. 700 U.S. Marines have been activated. They're responding to downtown Los Angeles, and an additional 2,000 California National Guard have been activated, and they're responding. So I'll read this. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department is aware of the presence and operations of federal law enforcement agencies within our communities. The LASD does not enforce civil immigration laws, nor do we ask about an individual's immigration status when we respond to calls for service. Our focus is to maintain peace, uphold public safety, and protect the rights of all residents. The Sheriff's Department is not involved in any federal law enforcement operations. When federal law enforcement authorities come under attack and request assistance, we will support them and provide aid. However, this does not mean that we are assisting them with their immigration actions or operations. Rather, our objective is to protect them from any violent attacks. Any assault on federal or local law enforcement is unacceptable. We recognize and support the constitutional rights of the public to peacefully assemble and express their views. Peaceful protests are a vital part of our democracy, and we are committed to facilitating safe environments where voices can be heard respectfully and without fear. The Sheriff's Department will continue working with community leaders, advocacy groups, and partner agencies to ensure peaceful public demonstrations. However, we will address and strictly enforce the law when any acts of violence, arson, or vandalism are committed. These acts will not be tolerated. The department remains committed to ensuring transparency and cooperation in the communities we serve and protecting the rights and safety of all people, regardless of their legal status. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the council?
Just a comment, be careful out there. This is not going to get any better. So,
thank you.
Yeah, we're definitely hoping everyone is safe and is able to express their legal opinions.
Quick question, with the sheriff's deputies being pulled to crowd control and safety in downtown LA, what's this doing for the coverage here in Malibu?
We are losing 50% of the coverage daily to mobile field forces being deployed.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Everybody's please, on Pacific Coast Highway, please respect the speed limits both in and out of the burn area. The speed limits are established at 25 miles an hour through the burn area for the protection of everyone who's working in that zone. You have property owners that are at their properties, just, taking care of, trying to retrieve any personal items that they may still have there. They are observing the debris removal on their properties, and be respectful of them and be safe in their areas. We also have many construction workers from Caltrans to Southern California Edison to Water District 29 to other law enforcement agencies. It's for everyone's safety. Please be careful out there, and we appreciate everyone's cooperation. Yes, City Manager.
I just wanted to add that Coverage 6 is continuing to do their surveillance work in the fire-affected areas. They're doing a great job, so I just wanted to ensure, just wanted to assure everyone that is continuing to happen.
Thank you.
And along that line on speeding, I'm going to remind everybody of what we said almost a year and a half ago. We talked about speeding on PCH. You can set the pace on PCH. Everybody has a speed control now in their car, set it to 25 miles an hour. And make the people that are not residents of Malibu follow our laws. You're as much a part of the enforcement action as the Sheriff's Department. So do your part, and yeah, they're not going to be happy behind you, and they may pull around you. But you know what? You'll find another citizen of Malibu who's going to drive side by side with you, and we will set the pace on 25 miles an hour. So set the pace on PCH.
Ms. Bundy?
Yes. I was not expecting the announcement. That's why I was standing up. But thank you for. Just want to start by thanking the council, our interim city manager, and the community for the trust and the support. As you know, Malibu is very special in my heart. I deeply care about the community, the people, the environment, and that makes it so unique. The it's just an honor and for this privilege to serve you as the Community Development Director. I know there's a lot of challenges and a lot of work ahead, but for me, it's keeping Malibu safe, resilient, and also adhering to the coastal and rural character are priorities. And I cannot forget that we are the need of the community, not only for the fire rebuilds, but also for the rest of the community that need our services. And so, again, thank you. I immensely honor and willing to serve and continue helping as much as I can. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We wish you the greatest success in your new job. Okay. Kelsey, we have 4 minutes. We're going to take a little bit of a break and reconvene.
Yes, you want to take a brief recess, and then we'll come back to the Harry Brodsky Memorial Youth Commission appointments.
Thank you. So it's said to not occur before 6:30. That's why we have to take just a quick little break. If any of the council member wants to. Okay, we'll see you at 6:30. Okay, we're back. So now we're going to go to item 8A, which is our Youth Commission appointments. And we have some speakers. Our first speaker is going to be Jacob, followed by Nikau and Orr. If you guys could come on up. Anyone who put in a speaker, if you can just sit in the first row so you're ready to go.
Mayor, do you want a brief staff report before we hear public comment?
Okay. I'm eager for the kids, I'm sorry.
It'll be quick.
Great.
All right, the item before you is the annual appointment to the Harry Borofsky Memorial Youth Commission. The commission serves as a voice for the youth of Malibu and focuses on leadership, community service, and advocacy. Resolution number 1646 states that 25 members may serve on the commission. The 25-26 recruitment period resulted in 26 applicants, so we have one over our resolution. Since the membership is just one, staff recommends that the council approve a new resolution, number 2526, allowing all 26 members to serve on this commission during the next term. We do anticipate a rising interest in the Youth Commission, so we propose that we will work with this current commission to review the application process for the next term. So that completes my staff report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, does staff, council have any questions for staff before we take public comment?
I have a quick question. Is this the largest to date?
No. I have been here for many years. At one point, we've had 32, which was very hard to manage. So we scaled it back, and that is why we are now on 25.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, so back to it. So I've got Jacob to go first, then Nikau, then Orr. So come on up and speak clearly into the mic. And
Hello.
what would you like to say?
I am Jacob Kozatek. I am 7th grade at Malibu Middle School, and I am in the 2025 to 2026 Malibu Youth Commission. So when I entered Malibu about a year and a half ago, I was immediately welcomed. I loved how everybody was so nice and caring for anybody who came in. I joined the Youth Commission because I want everybody to feel the same way that I felt when entering Malibu. Ways that we could do this is by building facilities, like to have people have fun and enjoy themselves. Other ways we can do this is by planning events, like how you guys already do this. I want to thank you guys for how much you've accepted me and entered into the Youth Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Nikau. So normally we don't allow clapping, but I think this is an exception. Everybody will accept to the rule, so. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Nikau Webb. I am a 10th grader at Malibu High School, and I've grown up in Malibu my whole life, and I love this community and all the people in it. And like recently, I've kind of noticed this decline in the people, and I feel like, especially my age group, there's not a lot happening in Malibu anymore. So I really hope to work with the city and help bring like new programs in and get kids more involved in city activities and stuff like that. And yeah, just look forward to working with everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have Orr, Max, and Darcy. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. My name is Orr Porat. I'm a junior at Malibu High School. I've had the privilege of serving on the Youth Commission this past year, and I've had really great experiences meeting a lot of great people and a feeling of giving back to the community, which I really enjoyed. I hope to serve again next year to continue what I've been working on before, volunteer on community events, and help organize and give the city a voice from the youth, which I feel like is one of the primary purposes of the Harry Borofsky Youth Commission, and I feel like is a very great asset our city has, and I'm looking forward to continuing it this next year. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Max.
Hello, my name is Max Goralick. I'm a Malibu local, just like everyone else here, and I'm looking forward to doing more with the youth, more events, more like involvement with the city, and just like kind of being more a part of the community. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Darcy, followed by Ryan.
Hi, I'm a ninth grader at Malibu High School, me also a local. I've always felt like there hasn't been that much of a connection with Malibu and students and stuff like the city, so I'm really looking forward to the Youth Commission. That's really all.
Thank you. And our final speaker.
Good evening. My name is Ryan. Ever since I got here, and especially with the really wild year we've had so far, I've had this impression of just receiving support and love, and it's been amazing, but I've always had this hunch that I didn't have the voice to give back, and now I finally have it, and I'm really excited for that. I'm excited for all the great experiences and opportunities to give back to a community that has given to me a lot. So I look forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to say thank you to all the kids that are stepping up to volunteer for this. My own daughter was in this program, so I know how important it can be, and I really appreciate, and it's so exciting to see the youth wanting to be a part of their community and really take action to create programs for your peers and just be great role models. Thank you.
Mayor, we do have a raised hand from Jim on Zoom.
Okay, Jim?
I'm sorry, I think it's out of place here. I was trying to do the general open public testimony, but I think I may have missed that. Is that right?
That item will be heard later. That item has not been called yet.
Okay, so just leave it down, leave my hand down for now?
Yes, please.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. Any council comments?
I have. I know a lot of you guys and women, and I'm so incredibly impressed that you are hoping to get involved in civics. It's really inspiring to me that maybe one day you'll be sitting up here. My daughter's eager to do this. You also probably know her. I do have a question. So are council members assigned to the Borofsky Commission as far as like an ad hoc to work with them?
No, that we don't have an ad hoc for this commission.
Can we? How does that work? Because I would love to get involved.
Trevor, I don't know if you can help answer or.
We can follow up with the council.
That'd be great. Also, does the commission come to council meetings? Is there a mandatory requirement?
There is part of their assignments request them to come. Usually we try every other meeting. So we will encourage our chair or executive board to attend.
Okay, great. I would just hope that the commission also encourages pranks to be funny. And I will encourage creativity, that I understand pranks are part of, I guess, being a teenager, but destruction is not. And so while I'm very disappointed in our class, I'm hopeful for the future with you guys leading. So if you have any ideas for pranks, maybe we should work together on that. Thank you.
Steve?
Real quick, I want to thank all you folks. I think this is great. I'm hoping down the road some of you folks will be sitting up here. I'm getting old. I think you're getting tired of this old folky sitting up here making decisions for you. You folks are going to be the future of what this city's going to be. And whatever your decisions you're making now, think about down the road, you're going to have to sit, some of you will be sitting up here trying to decide for other people in the city what we should be doing, how we can help them out. So do a good job and keep doing this stuff, folks. I'd love to see you up here. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'll just say, every time I see the applicants and the people that are on this commission, I get so impressed. Thank you all very much for participating. It is a great learning experience, I'm sure, and you're going to get a whole lot more as you get older, you go to college and so forth, but this is where it starts. And it doesn't hurt your college resume either when you put out that application. So do a good job, and we hope to see you back here in Chambers.
Okay. Yeah, and the only other thing I would say is with regards to coming to council to report your actions, I would strongly encourage the leadership to do that. We'd love to hear from you. We want to hear what things you are working on, activities are going on, and it's a great way to get the word out to other people also of things that you guys are thinking of. So please come and give us reports for our meeting. I promise we will not bite. We will welcome you in. So looking for a motion on this item?
I'll do it.
Right?
Motion.
We have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Motion passes. Welcome to the Malibu Harry Borofsky Youth Commission. Okay, so now we're going to go to item 7B, which is an update from Caltrans on 7A? Okay, 7A. Okay, I'm sorry. 7A. So if you guys want to hear what they're proposing to do on Pacific Coast Highway, you might want to stay around to listen.
So good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight we have a presentation by Caltrans to talk about their draft Pacific Coast Highway master plan and feasibility study. The section, it covers the full length of PCH within the city of Malibu and evaluates potential short-term, medium, and long-term projects to improve safety on PCH. And tonight we have Ryan Schneider from Caltrans to give a presentation, and staff's available, and Caltrans staff is available for questions. And so let me give it over to Ryan.
Very good, thank you. And real quickly, I want to introduce Marlon Regisford. He's our Deputy of Planning, and Charles Lau, who also did a lot of work on the plan. So this plan had a lot of impetus in its initiation, all the way up to the Secretary of Transportation and even the governor's office. State legislative members and our county supervisor really wanted to have this plan. So it's been something that's been very important, especially from a safety perspective. The first goal that we have here was to reduce crashes and crash severity. We also want to provide safer accommodations for bicyclists and pedestrians and better accommodations for transit users. There was also quite a bit of desire to make the PCH fit better in with the character of the community here in Malibu. We also wanted to preserve emergency access and enhance access to beaches and mountains and access to businesses, as well as preserve an evacuation route. So there are a number of goals, and trying to balance them, sometimes they work together, sometimes they conflict with one another. We really wanted to hear from the community, and we had this sort of five-pronged approach. We held 9 different community charrettes, and we had one charrette here and a number of workshops. Some of them were in person, some of them were online. We had 2 different surveys we circulated. We had an interactive website. We met virtually with quite a few different individual stakeholders, and we also had social media campaigns. So we tried to reach out, and one of the things we learned, and not unusual, but from everybody we heard from, not everybody wanted the same things. So, trying to balance the goals and trying to balance the various interest groups was a challenge, and we tried to do the best we can in threading the needle to achieve as much of that as we can. We wanted to apply a set of what I consider a toolbox, different tools to help make the highway safer and achieve these other goals. Roundabouts, and I'll go over each one of these. Roundabouts were a big component of this. New sidewalks, colored, buffered, and protected bike lanes, staggered parking, lane reduction, angled parking, emergency accessible medians, traffic calming trees, and new and improved pedestrian crosswalks and gateways. And I will go over some of these. We've proposed roundabouts at 9 different locations that will help make these intersections safer and actually help them flow better. The one at Webway is the only sort of multi-lane roundabout. The remainder of these are single-lane roundabouts. We proposed new sidewalks at different places, and much of this was in response to Senate Bill 960, which requires us to have on state highways good sidewalks that people can use. So between Las Flores and Carbon Canyon Road, there are very few sidewalks. So it was an area that we had to provide them. We had spot improvements just west or north of Carbon Canyon Road. Between Cross Creek and Webb Way, we added sidewalks on the beach side. There were a number of places where we wanted to add sidewalks to bus stops, and then we'll see in other areas in the northern end where we added angled parking, we would add some sidewalks here. So this map, the blue areas are where we've proposed some new sidewalks. We've proposed either buffered and colored bike lanes or what are physically protected bike lanes, separated bike lanes. And we did two options, and protected, separated, physically separated bike lanes are in there, but we also have the option for these colored and buffered bike lanes. The map shows the area, the purple there is where it's either buffered or protected. The green area is between Las Flores and the pier, where there's so much on-street parking, we didn't feel like it was appropriate to try to put protected bike lanes in, so those would be colored buffered bike lanes. We proposed staggered parking. So in many of the areas, one of our safety goals was to prevent people from parking on one side of the road and running across the road. Another was to prevent people from parking on one side of the road and walking along the highway, which is pretty common. And the other thing we needed to do was to add bike lanes. So there are some areas where we're proposing having parking on one side, but not both sides in order to achieve those goals. And with this staggered parking here, we've kept it on the sides where we believe there is the greatest demand. So the red areas there are where we preserve it on the beach side. The area in the blue is near the Winding Way trailhead, where we believe that the demand is probably greater on that side, and then we go back to red. And we've proposed lane reductions west of Trancas Canyon. And so this might be going down from 4 lanes to 2, perhaps with some areas where we'll have 3 lanes, passing lanes, that sort of thing. But in these areas, it enables us to add some space. And so we've added angled parking near some of the key beaches here, and we'll see that in a more detail in a moment. But this was an important measure that we had to take to try to make up for some of the parking that we lost in order to comply with Coastal Commission requirements. So we added new and improved pedestrian crossings. And these are really, for the most part, with signals, because we believe that we need signals to make the pedestrian crossing safer. We also tried to add some features, particularly in the Carbon Beach area, where there's speeding, where the largest number of crashes have occurred, trying to add some measures in here to tame the traffic, to slow it down a bit. So some of the things that we're considering in there are putting these delineators in near the crosswalks, putting the crosswalk in, maybe crossing islands in some locations, and even perhaps a speed table. We proposed new or improved crossings at a number of locations. The Rambla Vista bus stop is one, or the option is to move the bus stop. But wherever there's a bus stop, there needs to be a safe pedestrian crossing. Carbon Beach East access is one. Carbon Beach West access and the bus stops, upgrading from pedestrian Hiram Beacon to a full signal. And then studying crossings at Winding Way and Lechuza Beach. Now these other pedestrian crossings are in progress with the city, and some of these were, made before the fire. The Moon Shadows crossing came up, and the status of that is unknown at this point, but it's still in the plan. La Costa Beach access, upgrading from pedestrian hybrid beacon, and then improved access at Corral Beach and Sarawan Trailhead. And this map shows where some of those pedestrian crossing improvements might be. The idea of gateways was really popular when we did our workshops and our community engagement. Gateways are a tool that can be used to signal to motorists that you're entering a new context. You're entering an area where you might need to behave differently as a motorist. So particularly when you're entering the central parts of Malibu, we would like people to slow down and, operate at a more civilized speed. So potential locations for these Webway roundabout would serve as a gateway. Sierra Road is another possibility, and so is Rambla Vista. Now, I will show some cross sections, and we've got different options for each cross section. And by the way, in the interest of shortening this presentation, I've hidden some of those. So we have them in the presentation. If there's any that you have a question about, we can bring them up. But just some of the samples here, the South City limit to Las Flores Road, we went out and measured every stretch, curb to curb or pavement edge to pavement edge where we could. 75 feet, so here we're proposing on one side possibility of this option with protected bike lane on the mountain side, regular bike lane colored on the beach side. Another option would be two-way protected on the mountain side. And then a third option would just be colored buffered bike lanes on both sides. And by the way, some of these may change because of the fire, and it's just a little too early to understand exactly what will transpire from here. But so we understand that these may be modified. Las Flores Road to Rambla Vista is probably the most challenging of all. There are very few sidewalks. And again, because of this Senate bill that recently passed, we have to add sidewalks and bike lanes. So in order to do that, we're proposing removing the center turn lane. And I know that for some people that's been controversial, but we couldn't think of any better options. Rambla Vista to Carbon Beach. This is also an area that, again, may change because of the fire, but here we're proposing the colored buffered bike lanes, and it's 85 feet. Nothing has to be given up there, and there might be emergency access only in the middle, or it might be turn lane, could alternate. As we move north, Carbon Beach Terrace to Sarah Road, this is really the central commercial area, and we've got three different options here. Here's an area where we heard a lot from the community that they want us to make the highway become more of a main street or more of a boulevard feel, something that fits in better with the community. So we've got different options here, and each one of them has trade-offs. So this is the first and easiest one to do. The only thing we change is we add the colored buffered bike lanes. There's enough room to restripe and add that. The second option would add a median, a landscape median in the middle. And this is one way that might look. So just showing a rendering. And at the highest level, we would remove the on-street parking altogether, widen the sidewalks, bring out some sidewalk dining and that sort of thing, more landscaping. And that's what this might look like. Now you can see the trade-offs. We're losing parking, we're losing emergency access in the middle, but the thing that would be gained here is it would really tame the traffic and it would create a different environment. So different options to consider as the community moves forward on this. Cross Creek to Webb Way is an area that's pretty wide, and one of the options here is we have enough space there to add angled parking on the beach side, so increase parking, and put in, for this option, protected bike lanes or the physically separated bike lanes. Same thing with the colored buffered bike lanes is another option. And then as we move further north, here's where we have to use the staggered parking. Closer to Latigo Canyon, we're parking on the beach side, but no parking on the mountain side. And we've got the option here, again, with the separate, physically separated, or the colored and buffered. as we move to the Winding Way area, parking on the mountainside but not on the beach side, same option, physically separated or colored buffered bike lanes. This stretch here is Zuma Beach area. It's pretty wide, so there's space again to add angled parking and to either add physically protected bike lanes or colored buffered bike lanes. And then the last segment, El Matador to the north city limits, here's where we're thinking of coming down to 2 lanes, or again, in some places, maybe 2 lanes with a passing lane. But that extra lane gives us the space to add angled parking, to add a sidewalk so people aren't walking along the highway, and either physically separated bike lanes or colored and buffered bike lanes. Now, we also created plans for each of the intersections that had the highest crash numbers, the 11 top intersections for crashes. And I'll show you just a few of the improvements that we looked at. Here at Bonsall Drive and Westward Beach Road, there's visibility issues. We looked at everything from trimming some of the shrubs to preventing left-hand turns coming out of Bonsall there. Or even putting a roundabout in. Roundabouts don't all have to be exactly round. They can be oblong. So this kind of treatment here would really resolve, I believe, a lot of the issues at that location. Here's our Webway PCH, looking at a multi-lane roundabout. One of the advantages of a roundabout here is that highway has 7 lanes on it, because you've got 2 turn lanes in one direction, another turn lane. We can reduce the number of turn lanes because you don't need turn lanes with a roundabout. So we can make a nice gateway. We can kind of choke that intersection down a little bit, add some landscaping, make it look like a much nicer feature than it does now. And a real challenging area, Las Flores Canyon, Rambla Pacifico Street. We kind of treated this as one location, and I know there are some other projects going on there, but this is some of the features that we're offering is, extending some of the curbs in different places, channelizing some of the turns, adding a little bit of median, adding physically separated bike lanes. But this is something that could, and this location had, I think, the highest number when you add the 2 intersections together. So trying to do a lot to slow traffic down and civilize it there. Now with our parking analysis, as I mentioned, there were some stretches where we eliminated parking on one side of the street. And when we add that up, we proposed in an entire length about 1,375 spaces that we would remove. However, we gain about 2,275 spaces, and these are rough numbers, by adding the angled parking in, for a net gain of 900 spaces. They're not exactly in the same locations, but we're trying to compensate for any parking loss. We've got different planning level cost estimates. It could range from about 62 million to 268 million, depending on what all goes in and what type of features are opted for. But that's kind of the overall cost we're looking at. And then I've got some contact information there. On the left, information about the study, and then we've got the interactive website on the right. So that concludes the presentation, and I can open up for questions and comments.
Do we have any initial questions from prior to public comment?
I have so many. Should I do it now?
Any clarifying questions before we have public comment?
Sure. Do we have funding for this? Like, what is your timeline?
Well, we've got an overall sort of 30-year plan. However, the funding will depend, that timeline depends entirely on how soon funding can come in. We've identified potential funding sources. At this point, nothing's been committed. But, it would be a matter of locating the funding. Some of it could be local, some of it could be Caltrans, state, federal, other funding.
So right now, it's a plan.
It's a plan right now.
Just a
and by
plan.
the way, it is a plan, and it's malleable. This is a feasibility study to see what is feasible and to try to resolve some of the issues with that. Decisions as to exactly what goes in will be made in combination with the city and District 7 and others.
And thank you again, Ryan, for being here.
You're welcome.
And
my pleasure.
yeah. So could you chop this up into pieces?
Yes.
And do like Western Malibu and then move your way east instead of, because there's the repaving, which is not a part of this, but we can't lose sight that that's also happening, right?
Correct.
Because you haven't mentioned it, so I'm just thinking how that plays into everything. That has money, and that has been funded, and that is definitely happening. Is that right?
Yes, it is. And we've got as much of this included in that as we could get in. We really tried to see how much we could get in. And there are some bike lanes and some other things that got in, but there are features in this plan that before we can fund and construct would require a deeper environmental review and some processes that would extend the time.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Doug?
Just a quick question. With the paving that's being done, and I've always looked at what you guys are faced with on PCH as a ribbon, and it's how you paint the stripes on that ribbon.
To a large degree, yes.
So it would seem like with the repaving, you can do a lot of this sooner rather than later, just by putting paint down.
Yes, and we're trying to, like I said, squeeze that in as much as we can. Wherever we remove parking, that's going to require environmental review. Wherever there might be changes in concrete, that's going to trigger environmental review. Anything like roundabouts are going to need, again, that's concrete. That's going to have to go through environmental review. But a lot of if we're not removing parking, and we're not changing much, a lot of that is getting put in with the we call them CAP-M projects.
Any way to try to identify what those are? I think you did a nice job of saying that this is where we're going to change the parking or the bike paths and so forth. Any way to give us a heads up as to where you think you're going to be able to do some of this with the paving?
Yes, actually, the CAP-M projects are already planned. We had a couple presentations on that earlier, but those are available, yes.
Well, no, I'm just saying, when you put the paving down, but you're not going to do the concrete work and the angle parking. I'm just
exactly.
If you can identify where you might be able to do some of the bike paths and so forth.
Yes, if it's just pavement, we're getting the bike lanes in. But if it requires anything more than that, and when you look at like the overall stretches, there's quite a bit of mileage where we are proposing removing parking on one side. So there we can't do it with the paving project, but where we can, I can't remember, 7 miles-ish or so that they're planning to put bike lanes in with the capital M projects.
Okay. All right.
Is that on the eastern or the western portion of PCH?
Throughout. Most of that, I believe, will be on the western portion, but the cross-section wouldn't look exactly the same as what we've investigated here because, again, removing travel lanes, changing the parking and all that, but just where they could fit the bike lanes in temporarily.
Any other preliminary
I
questions?
do, yeah. Okay. Sorry, it takes me a second. So,
and by the way, we had that discussion internally quite a bit because I had hoped to see as much of this included in those projects as we can get because it makes sense, I think.
in some of your images there, it looks like you do have bike lanes protected by yellow ballards.
The barriers that would be used for physical protection haven't been decided upon. There could be the plastic bollards. There could be, one of the things they're using in the city of Los Angeles right now, rubber curbing in conjunction with the plastic bollards. It could be curbing, it could be landscaped curbing all the way at the high end. One option would be, as money becomes available, you could put in some lower cost protection, and then over time.
It sounds to me like it's a lot of funding. So until you have the proper funding, you can make better decisions.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
That's good to know, because it helps manage expectations.
Yes.
So also on Caltrans, since you're dealing with strategic parking, which I know you're having to appease a lot of agencies like Heal the Bay, Coastal Commission, MRCA, do you deal with urban planning? Like at Caltrans, you have an urban planner?
I'm an urban planner.
So you guys are fully, because I just wonder that if one day, let's just say in the near future, Malibu might adopt some sort of parking shuttle program, you've got all of these parking spaces that you've renegotiated throughout the city, but if we could help somehow.
Yes.
Kind of make a centralized parking versus a hodgepodge or a hopscotch of parking throughout the city, that would help with some of this.
Yes, absolutely. And by the way, I didn't show, there's some options in there that we have for that very thing, is to have a number of parking lots along the highway with shuttle service in between.
Oh, you have that?
Yes, it's in the plan. So Caltrans is in charge of the highway. We don't operate transit or shuttles, so that's something that would have to be organized either through the city or through Metro, or probably a combination of both. But I think it offers a lot of opportunity for the city. The most important thing there will be, finding space for the parking, but B, operating the shuttles and operating enough of those. Transit operations are not cheap, so that would be a cost item that would have to be worked on.
Right. So let's say we wanted the roundabout at Webway. You need money to implement. We need studies, feasibility, like more environmental studies. So this could be a 10, 20-year project.
It could be if it was the highest priority and could be funded earlier.
Right.
That's one of the things that, we'll have to have a collaboration with the city and Caltrans is to decide, which parts we want to move forward with first. And then once we get to that point, we'll move into what we call a PID phase, a project initiation document, which will bring us to a sort of a preliminary engineering level of work and more detailed work. But decisions would have to be made as to exactly what we're going to do.
Right. Highest priority, like safety areas. Thank you.
Yep.
That's it.
Sure, you're welcome.
Anyone else? Okay. We're going to close the additional speaker slips. And how many speakers do we have online?
There's one raised hand online.
Okay, so just hold that one raised hand, please. So our first speaker is Michelle Shane, followed by Ann, followed by Darren Graves.
Okay. Painting a line on a highway for a bike lane. Insanity. Council members, I'm here today because Caltrans uses outdated engineering thinking to block life-saving bike infrastructure on PCH. They claim frequent driveways made protected bike lanes impossible. This is demonstrably false. My research reveals that transportation agencies across the world have solved this exact challenge. The Netherlands handles coastal highways with driveways every 20 feet using automated retractable bollards, raised crossings, and smart barrier systems. The results, a 70% reduction in cycling fatalities while maintaining a full vehicle access. Denmark, Germany, and dozens of coastal cities provide that frequent access point. Don't prevent bike protection, but require better engineering. Smart bollards, retractable via smartphone apps, modular bollards accommodate any driveway patterns. IoT sensors manage traffic flow and automatically. The costs are reasonable. Pilot programs cost $127,500 for 5 miles. New York City, San Francisco, and Berlin deployed similar system in weeks, not years. Federal funds through Safe Streets programs provide $5 billion specifically for these projects. Most importantly, California law now requires this. SB 960 mandates that Caltrans considers cycling needs on state roads. Despite local opposition, Caltrans recently built bike lanes on El Camino Real, stating safety data required action, yet they refused to apply the same standard to PCH Malibu. The technology exists, the funding is available, the legal framework demands action. European cities achieved 50 to 80% safety improvement using these exact solutions. We're not asking Caltrans to invent new engineering. We're asking them to adopt proven international standards every day. We delay costs, lives, and perpetuates the myth that cyclist safety is incompatible with coastal access. Council members, I urge you to formally demand that Caltrans stop hiding behind false technical barriers and implement the international proven solutions that will save lives. The engineering challenge have been solved. What we need now is political will to demand implementation.
Thank you. Ann, followed by Darren, followed by Ryan Embry.
Hello. I wasn't going to speak on this item, but for starters, Councilwoman Conrad was on the call when the Caltrans proposed this crazy idea that's going to cost, they wanted City of Malibu, and they wanted to do a assessment district or increase property tax. He did not say that, but yet it is recorded. And you can watch it yourself because I went out of the way to get it at sayrabbit.com. Go to sayrabbit.com and you can see what they have planned. For starters, starting next year, they're going to pave all the way from Cross Creek to the Ventura County line. That's done. They're going to narrow traffic lanes. I find that bizarre. Why would you narrow traffic lanes? It makes it more difficult. The other thing he didn't mention is the comment period has been extended from, supposed to end on June 9th, which is, I guess, today, but now it's been extended to June 16th. He did not mention that at all. Keeping you all in the dark. I was on the call. Other council members, I don't know if you guys zoomed in. I know Councilwoman Conrad, I heard her voice. I might have heard the rest of you, some of you too. I was on a phone call. I called in. That meeting is available at sayrabbit.com. Caltrans didn't tell you. The gentleman here did not tell you how you can access and see what they have planned and how we will have to pay for it. In increased taxation, assessment district was suggested. Is that correct? Come up and correct me if I'm wrong. So you have until June 16th to send a letter to Caltrans saying you don't want bike lanes or you don't want to have to pay more taxes. That's pretty much it. And I welcome him to come up here and explain himself. Thank you.
Thank you. Darren, followed by Ryan Embry, followed by Joe Drummond.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, honorable council members. It's funny that Mr. Shane mentioned European cities and how good cycling is there. I agree. European cities have figured out how cycling should work. I lived in Holland for 6 months. I fell in love with cycling. Toddlers to grandparents, they all ride bikes there. They don't have a lot of problems because they engineered the roads correctly. I did come back here after that short stint and started cycling from Venice Beach to Point Doom and beyond up PCH. And in my opinion, PCH is fine. As a cyclist, I don't have a problem with it at all. Marin and Malibu, another similarity, they're both world-class cycling communities. There are pro cyclists from France, from Italy, who move to LA just to cycle on PCH. They practice every day. They're the ones that are cycling at 25 miles an hour. You can see them very easily. Hobbyist cyclists cycle from Santa Monica to Trancas every Saturday morning. They do so in a peloton. In order to do that, they need the last person to cycle up around the group and replace the first person every 2 to 3 miles, I assume. If these plastic buffers are put in, that will not be possible. That hobbyist group will not use the bike lane. They will use the right traffic lane. There will be 30, 50 of them, and they will ignore the bike lane. They will slow down traffic, and the plastic buffers, rather than protecting cyclists, will endanger cyclists and motorists. I told this to Caltrans on their call. Cyclists do not want them. They're a horrible idea for cycling in general. They're also a visual blight. They will destroy the character of PCH as we know it, as I love it. And if you do allow this to proceed, please remove all of the plastic buffers from the bike lanes. Painting them green, that's fine. That would conform with the requirements of Senate Bill 960. So you could do that, just paint it green. But the cyclists are gonna need the freedom to cycle out of the bike lane and then back in it. These barriers will restrict the freedom, and the cycling community will just completely ignore the bike lane. So if it is to move forward, please prevent the barriers from being implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Embry, Joe Drummond, and Oscar.
I attended, watched the WebEx meeting that Caltrans had on many of these. What everybody's forgetting is there's an aged out water main under PCH that comes from the east end and needs to be replaced. It needed to be replaced 20 years ago. You can't plant a whole median and a bunch of trees down the middle of the highway and then dig it up 3 years later and replace the water main, because that water main is different places under the highway. And that's very critical to all of Western Malibu and our next firefight. We didn't run out of water in this firefight. It's very unusual, but it could at the next instance. The second is Pacific Coast Highway has a high fatality rate. It's not necessarily a high fatality corridor, but when we have a wreck, more likely a fatality will occur than as on other roads. And that unfortunate metric is one good reason why your legislative agenda should be to get a 5-year exemption from Senate Bill 926 or whatever it is. We've had change conditions, we have a fire, we're reeling from it, and now is not the time, thank you. We have more important things to deal with, like maybe we have to put a sewer collection system in the burn scar area. We have the water main to deal with. If we put in a new water main, maybe we use the old water main to take the sewage away. It's going the same direction. It's not going to be high pressure. It's there, and it's 30 inches. So there's also a traffic engineering study paid for, I believe, by the Southern California Council of Governments. Don't think it was the League of California Cities, but it predates this. And all of this urban watercolor stuff you've been looking at ignores the cautionary professional independent traffic engineering device of that prior study. I don't know what happened. The Senate bill made everybody's mentality flip that we need to turn this to an endurance training track for bicyclists. I've never seen somebody ride a bicycle and go to the beach, but we want to take out all the parking for everybody who wants to go to the beach. Where are they going to park? The angled parking. Adding angled parking way west of Heathercliff is unnecessary and irrelevant, and to count those spaces against removing parking down in the Civic Center area and the eastern Malibu, where parking is needed, does not solve the problem. It's backwards. So there's the other part is the public has difficulty interpreting cross-section views like that very easily. 14-foot number 2 lane, 14-foot wide would be the safest protocol. No lanes less than 12-foot legal minimum standard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Joe Drummond, followed by Orr, and then Oscar.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am a resident who would actually use the bike lane if it was protected. I will never go on the highway if it doesn't have a protected bike lane. I don't know why that we need both the bike lanes and a sidewalk. I guess that's something that is mandated by the government, but over 50% of the deaths on the highway were pedestrians and bicyclists. So I just, if I would go from Big Rock all the way to Zuma Beach, that's what I would love to do with just a protected bike lane. So I don't know why. I was hoping Ryan could figure that out, but that is what I'm hoping. So that's all I want. We'll say again?
Caltrans,
no, not
Ryan.
you. The other one, the Ryan from Caltrans, wherever he is.
Right over there.
So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Orr?
Hi, good evening. I'd like to just add a public comment. I really liked the proposal Caltrans made of turning a center median lane into more of like a boulevard like landscaping, and I felt there are parts of PCH where they're adding angled parking where I felt maybe it's better to ditch the angled parking and create a wider median with that landscaping, such as Zuma Beach, that strip. There's a huge parking lot right by there. It's rarely ever completely full. I feel like having a nice median landscape over there would look much more beautiful and make the drive, an already super scenic drive, even more scenic. If we were to ditch the angle parking, people can park in the parking lot and just add a center median lane with more landscaping. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Oscar Johnson?
Hello. So I'm a bicyclist myself, and kind of along with the bike paths and that kind of thing, the gateways they were talking about could be incorporated with some sort of overpass for bicyclists and pedestrians, and that would be a lot safer because there's people always crossing and bicyclists, and it's just not very safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our in-person and our virtual.
Ryan Alamo. Ryan, you're unmuted.
Ryan, do you see? Are you there?
The speaker has unmuted, but he may be having issues with his microphone.
Going once, going twice. Thank you. Okay, that'll conclude our public comment. We're back up here at the council. Who would like to start?
I'll go.
Okay.
All right. So, Oscar, I agree. I think that a gateway and pedestrian bridge would be a great idea. Unfortunately, I would imagine that would mean more studies, earthquakes, and we probably won't see that in our lifetime, unfortunately. Maybe your lifetime. But I think it's a no-brainer because it's dual duty. And also, Ryan Embry, you do have a point. So if the sewer goes into the PCH, which we're trying to figure out the feasibility of, and we're also repaving, which we've learned is mandatory and is happening no matter what because we have the funding, how does that work into the Caltrans repaving plan? Because we would have to rip up PCH if that were to happen. So I do have that question for Ryan Snyder, which is, do I call him up or not yet because the public comment's over? Or is that
How do we want to
go?
handle questions from council to Caltrans on this?
I think it would, if the council would like to allow them to respond, it might be helpful to everyone to allow that.
So similar to a staff, this would be like staff, asking staff
I think
questions.
it'd be beneficial to everyone to do that. It's not a public hearing. This is a receive and file item, so I think it would be okay. The design is to be informative to the
Okay.
community.
Ryan from Caltrans, could you please come?
Thank you.
Hi.
Hey, do you want me to repeat my question?
Yes, please.
Oh, sure, no problem. So we're planning on possibly putting a sewer in from here to Hyperion. We're studying it. It could take years. We don't know. So if you're going to repave PCH, which sounds like it's going to happen, we would have to rip up PCH for our sewer line to go in. Has that been accounted for?
No. What we've got in here, again, is a feasibility study of what's possible to do, and the timing of it is up in the air. So obviously those things, it's a good thing to be aware of as you're moving forward with planning and getting ready to construct.
Yeah. So I guess you guys are repaving PCH within the next 2 years. 2026 is what I heard?
Well, some of it's going to be up till 28 or so.
Right. And so if Rob DeBoe is raising his hand.
I want to get a little bit of kind of time frame on the paving on PCH. So the one that's happening in 26 is the western end of PCH. So all of that work from, I think it's from Cross Creek going to city limits will happen during that time frame. The eastern part of PCH will happen after the 28 Olympics. So we have several years down the road where that's going to happen. That's if a sewer system goes in, then we have the ability to kind of talk about that, with the timing with Caltrans and everything else too. So there's definitely some time period to collaborating with Caltrans on the paving on that part of it. So I just want to make sure that there's two separate projects. One is happening sooner than later. I think the sewer project, potential sewer project, could be collaborating with Caltrans.
Perfect, thank you. I also had a question, because Ann raised a point. Are you guys planning on taxing residents to gather money or an assessment district? I'd like to clarify.
The idea of an assessment district was in a list of potential funding sources.
Okay.
It wasn't something, and again, we don't have the ability to say exactly what's going to be funded from what source yet. We identified a long list of federal sources, state sources, local sources, and the point that I had made in that virtual workshop was this is one way that this project could be finished quicker.
Gotcha.
Is if the city were to decide that it was the property owners would have to vote on it, that they were willing to pay for it, it could happen sooner. But no, it's not.
It was an option or a possibility.
It's an option. It's there if the people of the city want to use it.
Okay, thank you. I also was wondering if you were, because also another young man raised the point that if you move to the angle parking right in front of a parking lot that's generally empty a lot of the time, do you plan on charging for parking? And if so, Caltrans who gets the money?
Well, that's wide open. We hadn't planned one way or the other. There's an option to charge for parking. The benefit of that would be that would be a potential funding source to pay for a lot of these improvements.
That's why I asked. Yeah, I'm wondering.
But no, we had not made a decision one way or the other.
I see, because Beaches and Harbors charges for parking. I think it's $12 or $15. And then if you have free parking right in front of the parking lot, I have a feeling that would take priority.
Yeah, and one of the comments we did hear, I can't remember if it was Coastal MRCA, is that if we were to charge for parking anywhere, they thought it would make more sense in areas where we had made some improvements to accommodate the parking. So with the angled parking and the sidewalk, really kind of creating some better amenities for people to park, that might be a place where you could consider charging for it.
And because when I go to Laguna, let's say, if I were to park outside of the center of city, it's free, right? Because you're further away from the center of city. So the closer that I would get to the center of city, it would become more and more expensive to park.
And that's common.
Yeah, I would imagine. I just wasn't sure if that was factored into your parking element.
No, we just, again, it's sort of a physical plan. So the option is there, but we didn't, make a decision one way or the other.
Gotcha. And I guess to Michelle Shane's point, Europe does have a lot of innovation. And I was just there, and it's always, I have infrastructure envy when I go to some places.
Yes.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm connected with my colleagues in Holland and Denmark and China and other countries around the world that I've met with them and looked at all of the wonderful things they've planned and designed and constructed. And I'm a big believer in a lot of what they've done. But and again, we provided an option almost the entire stretch to have either physically separated bike lanes or colored and buffered bike lanes. And you saw from the comments the very same thing that we encountered. Some people absolutely insist they must be separated. Others absolutely insist we can't have physical separation. And I know the city is not excited about the physical separation, but the one area where I determined and we determined that it just doesn't make a lot of sense is in the Carbon Beach area, where you've got driveway after driveway after driveway. Each one of those driveways, almost all of them, right in front of them, there's a fence, there's shrubbery, the visibility is really poor. And if a cyclist were to ride next to that sidewalk, behind parked cars, where there's very, very little visibility, people pulling in and out of driveways, it's not a good combination. We'd have to, if we really wanted to put protected bike lanes in there, I think we would have to remove a lot of the parking in there, and that would not be popular by residents or Coastal Commission.
Right.
But if the city and the residents and the Coastal Commission were willing to remove parking, and we could put a protected bike lane a little bit out from the driveways and do something like put retractable bollards in the driveways, then you might have a situation where it could work. But in my judgment, and I've been planning bikeways for about 40 years, that is not a good place to put protected bike lanes.
Right. My next question is then, because you're never going to appease everybody and somebody's always going to be pissed, because that's my life, who has the last word? Is it Caltrans, or is it the City of Malibu? Is it Coastal Commission? Is it Heal the Bay? Is it MRCA? Is it the governor? Who ends up being the last word?
Well,
is it the residents?
Ultimately, Caltrans, but we like to work with the cities that we operate in.
Okay.
It would be a collaboration between the City of Malibu and us. Coastal Commission has a lot to say with the parking. MRCA does not have legal authority to, decide what to do with the parking, but they're a legitimate constituent group.
Yeah. That's helpful for me to know. Sometimes I need a chart to know who's in charge of what.
Yeah.
Right. Who to lobby.
Well, and the Coastal Commission, to some degree, reacts to the city's, what's it called? The plan. I forgot the name of it.
RLCP. General.
The Coastal Program Plan. And in the city's plan right now, it does say replace one-for-one parking close to where that happened. So the city does have some control over that plan.
Which it gets to my next comment, which is it seems like it comes down to a lot of parking and access, allowing people to have access to public spaces, which they have the right to do. So we're trying to then replace one-for-one parking in these key areas, which sometimes doesn't make a lot of sense because of driveways and because you also want to fit a sidewalk or a bike path. But it does seem like the parking becomes the issue. So if there was parking somewhere else, possibly it could solve some of your, all of our conundrums.
It could help quite a bit, yes. I mean, I would assume that most residents would prefer having parking in front of their homes, not only for themselves, but for visitors and people that come, housekeepers and gardeners and others that come visit them.
I guess I'm thinking about other areas, so not in front of in eastern Malibu, where the houses are really limited with the parking.
Yes.
All throughout Malibu, really, because if you alleviate some of that shoulder, because really we're parking on shoulders, right?
Yes.
You would have all of that width to get what you want, which is a protected bike lane because that's what we're mandated to have.
Yes, and to a large degree, once you get north of Malibu Canyon, we eliminated parking on one side of the road, pretty much the whole stretch.
Right, like by Joffrey's, you have homes there on the beach side. So those homes need parking for their...
And that's where we left it.
Right,
for
and then
the
you
most part.
staggered the parking, let's say, going up to Escondido on the mountainside.
Yes, right there where we've been told, especially by
Yep.
the mountains people and the coastal people, that that's really important to keep that parking there because of the Escondido Falls trailhead.
Gotcha.
So we've left parking where we believe it's most important. And I also spent a lot of time looking at the available beach where that parking is provided. And it's sad to see that our beaches are eroding.
Yep.
And there's not a lot of beach left in a lot of places.
Nope.
And I'm pretty confident that the parking we left is quite adequate for the amount of beach that remains in those locations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Who would like to go next?
I'll be very brief. I want to thank you for all the work you've done. I mean, it is a huge task, and I know it's also a thankless job because you're not going to please everybody, and the loudest voices are going to be the ones that have objections. People that are happy with it are the ones that are going to be mainly more quiet. So I appreciate all the work that's been done, and I'm just going to reserve judgment on how things work out. But
Marlon and Charles as well.
yeah, I appreciate the effort.
Yeah, I'll second that. I think you guys did a heck of a job. I mean, this is a long way to go, but I mean, conceptually, you come up with something that looks like it would work. You got to figure out the details as, you know, as we go down the line, but you did a lot of good work, so thank you very much.
Can I just, you know, going forward, this is going to be an iterative process between the city and Caltrans. We'd spent a lot of time with Rob, and he's been great to work with, and Tatiana. So we're going to work together moving forward and decide which parts of these plans to move forward with, what the priorities are, how we're going to fund them. So, and look forward to that.
I also wanted to thank you. And thank you, Rob and Tatiana, and you guys. I know you drive a far way to come here. Thank you.
Ryan, don't sit down.
Rob, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I just want to add one little thing too, to kind of having this plan in place really kind of helps the city, helps other agencies apply for grants and getting funds. It's the initial step of getting there. And one of the requirements of scoring really high on grants is, has there been a feasibility or a study done, and check that box, and that gives us a little more points and credit to there. But just as Ryan said, is like, this is ideas, what can happen in there. Once we identify kind of potential funding and projects, then we get into really the details, and we do a project initiation report and get in there. Some of the things may work. Some of the things may come up to where new technologies come in or new ideas come in that make a lot more sense. Those can be played in. So this is not all exclusive of everything that can happen. It's just something that can happen here and develops a plan moving forward. So I just wanted to kind of get everybody expectations on what this is, and it's something that we can use in the future.
And Rob, when the specific projects come through, those will actually come to the city for a coastal development permit at that point in time, right?
Correct. Yeah, they will. Yeah, we'll work with Caltrans on a coastal development permit, especially on the bigger ones, the roundabouts and other big kind of projects and things that are going to be required a coastal development permit.
Yeah, and by the way, he mentioned new technologies. I mean, we have a section in here on vehicle to everything communications equipment. You know, I shortened the presentation to make it bite-sized enough for the council here tonight, but there are things in the plan that I didn't go over, and that was one of them. And I do believe that some of this communications technology is going to enable us to do. It'll broaden the toolbox that we have today.
Ryan from Caltrans, thank you very much, and your team. I applaud not only the result that you have here, but the process you did. You guys reached out to community. I was here for several of your meetings. I mean, you brought everybody possible together to try and have a conversation about this. And to build a consensus is exactly what you started. But you're never going to get a consensus. I think Bruce is definitely right. You're never going to make everybody happy. But what you are doing is make sure everybody's informed, and I hope everybody appreciates that. I have two quick questions, basically more about your engineering. I want to make sure when you talk about angle parking, you're talking about back-end parking, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, because of the visibility issues.
Right. And the one thing that got me when I was looking at your presentations when you guys were here, I think you were talking about road widths being 10.5 feet, 12 feet or so. As I look at your charts up here, those are the most narrow, 10.5 feet. That seems awfully narrow for a highway. Granted, we don't permit over-the-road tractor trailers, but there are delivery trucks and at least the small delivery vans. It seems like that's not enough room on a major highway with the kind of traffic we have here to move people. Yeah. Is that a valid concern?
10.5 feet is the Caltrans standard for what we call complete streets. It is typical to use 11 foot or in many cases 12 feet, but the narrower we can get it, and there's been a lot of recent research showing that narrower is slower. We're trying to slow cars down, and the narrower lanes allow us to fit more things in it. It allows us to have better bike lanes in and wider bike lanes, and again, to kind of slow the traffic as much as possible. Now, it may end up that some of these stretches may have to be 11 feet wide, but slower is generally safer.
Oh, I fully agree.
And narrower translates to slower.
Okay, but 10.5 feet is the narrowest you're going to get, right?
That is the lowest of the complete street standards for Caltrans. There are many cities that are using 10-foot lanes for travel lanes. Okay.
I look at the old cars from 1960s, they never fit. But anyway, thank you very much.
Yeah, speed is a factor.
Okay. So I'm going to be the wet blanket on everything. First, I'm going to say thank you. I know you guys have done a ton of outreach. I really appreciate the amount of time that Caltrans has spent on this. Unfortunately, Malibu is supposed to be a rural community. And we've got things that are being mandated that seem to be pushing more for an urban environment. Sidewalks, the bike lanes, all these other accoutrements that are not really conducive with the rural area that our community is supposed to be and that we were founded on being. I hear you say that reduced lanes and other of these features slow down. Well, why aren't we going for reduced speeds in some of these critical areas as the first form of improvements on our community to mandate safety? I don't see, and not one thing talked about reduced speeds.
We would love to post speed limits at 35 miles an hour or so. State law requires us to follow what is called the 85th percentile rule in setting speed limits, which means that in order to set a speed limit, we have to go out and conduct a survey and determine how fast cars are going. Out of 100 cars, we have to set it at the 86th fastest speed. or the 16th fastest speed, I'm sorry, so 85 out of 100. State law enables us to come down 5 miles per hour from that. But that's what we're stuck with, is that state law and that state procedure. Now, there has been talk about designating this as a, as a community central business district. If Malibu were to adopt the state highway, it could probably do some things with that. But wish we could. It's a tool that we just don't have right now.
Well, unfortunately, I hear the application of putting in bike lanes and everything else because that's state law, but then we do have state laws that mandate how to create community business districts and these other things, but those we can't adopt. So I'm a little confused why we can adopt some state laws and we can't adopt other state laws. We don't need to go into the discussion. I'm really disappointed that we're not able to move forward with some of the laws that are on the books that our community has and seems to fit the criteria for, but yet we're not able to move forward on designating those sections of the roadway there. I also have concerns about the reduction of how many lanes there are on the western end of Malibu, where we, traditionally have 2 lanes in either direction. Now it's the reduction to possibly 1 lane in each direction. I like the idea of the roundabouts, something I know that we, have a test area that is, I believe, going to be instituted. So we're all going to learn what roundabouts in our, at El Matador. Do we have a timeline on that?
Next couple months, I think.
Okay, so everybody be aware of that.
Right, Rob?
Sometime before the end of the year, we're probably going to have a roundabout installed in our city. So be prepared to learn how to do roundabouts more like the rest of the country is. I am excited because I have been contacted by people about wanting to make sure that we have more ADA access from the bus stops to beach locations and such. So looking specifically at Morning View and access to Zuma Beach and those areas. So anything that we can be to incorporating that, I think is a great thing. And we'll just see how this proceeds. And it would be great if you guys could come back and maybe do one more presentation on what we're going to expect to see with the repaving and what that's going to make our streets look like between now and.
Okay, and those would be the people working on the CAPM.
Yeah. So if you can have the others that are going to be doing the street paving, so we have an idea of what the streets are going to look like after this repaving project.
And that's coming at the next council meeting.
Great.
Yeah, and on the issue of Morning View, I saw the email that went around, I think yesterday or the day before, and I looked at the email, and it's primarily regarding streets in Malibu that Caltrans is not responsible for.
You're right. It was part of the Morning View Drive, but they were also talking about the intersection where the bus stop is down on Pacific Coast Highway and being able to safely access into Zuma Beach at that location. Because in my mind, I can't think of any place where you can get off the bus and have ADA access to the beach. So I think they were just zoning in on that one particular area as a place.
Yep.
Okay.
Very good.
Anything else?
Yes. So just a second ago, you said we can adopt the state highway. Is that meaning we can declare a business district and lower the speed limit?
I'm not 100% sure on all that goes into that, but it is my understanding, and maybe Rob, you might know more about this than me. If Caltrans were to relinquish the highway to Malibu.
No. Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I think you would have more options that
I see.
way.
There's no section of the highway that we can adopt a highway of the business district and lower we have to do the whole thing?
No, there was sections of the, I think it was the vehicle code that I was talking with Caltrans on how that we can apply a business district. And I think there's some issues of actually doing that and be able to still lower the speed limits. So I think we're still still working through some of those things, but it's our initial thought and evaluation of those codes was problematic.
I see.
Yeah, and so that, by the way, was
Where there's a will, there's a way.
that was my greatest frustration with this whole thing.
Because that's free.
And
that could
not
happen.
being able to do more with speeding. But I do believe that the V2X technology, the vehicle to everything communications technology that is coming up, is going to be our best opportunity to really start to communicate with the vehicles when they're going fast, and in the long run, be able to even set the speed limit, and the cars just can't go faster than that.
So all of these gadgety things that we're going to add, and we're going to wait for cars to do it because we can't lower the speed limit.
So you're talking that the drivers will no longer have free will to be able to control the speed on their vehicle?
That's one possibility that could come up in the future with this technology, is that the first thing that will happen is that the sheriff would be notified when people are speeding. They'll get that information sooner. That's kind of the lowest level, and that's something that could happen before too long. The next level of that is that the motorists are notified that they're going over the speed limit. And if that technology were, and I'm not saying I'm going to do that, but I'm saying that the technology will offer the opportunity that if the city said, speed limit's 35 or 45, your car just is not going to physically go more than a certain speed. And, that might be an issue for people going 5 miles over the speed limit, but, for 80, people are going 80 miles an hour in some places, and I think that's less objectionable for people who are really exceeding the speed limit to a large degree, to say, nah, you just can't go that fast.
It just seems like we're going through all of this and we could just lower the speed limit. It would be free and
I wish we could. But the challenge that we have with that is that drivers behave much more based on the design of the highway than they do posted speed limit. So we could even post the speed limit lower, but as long as the highway still has a certain design, that's what determines speed more.
Bruce, do you have a last comment?
Just on that issue, though, of whether you can lower the speed limit. I mean, I know the statute does not say that the 85th percentile is your sole basis for making a decision. There's additional wiggle words in there.
Yeah.
And I believe that if the state's lawyers or the county's lawyers or Caltrans lawyers wanted to find a way to lower the speed limit, they'd find the ability to interpret those words to give them the flexibility based on the death rate and the fatality rate and the injuries that have occurred here, and that it's an easy thing to rely on the number, but it's not mandated, and there wouldn't be language in the statute beyond the 85th percentile if the 85th percentile was the be-all and end-all. And we hear all the time, and this is not a criticism of you, but we hear all the time from officials, oh, well, the law provides this. There's the lure and there's the law. The lure is where people kind of say what the law is, but it often is not. It's often much more intricate. And I know that the statute gives you the flexibility to go below the 85th percentile. So I'd ask you to encourage whatever lawyers oversee the work you do to be as creative as possible.
Yeah, and I think that's a good comment. I'm pretty sure it doesn't give us a whole lot of flexibility below 5 miles per hour below the 85th, but yeah.
I think pretty clear, but we'll leave that for another discussion. Again, thank you very much for the time that you guys brought this forward. We appreciate it, and we look forward on updates of how certain improvements are going to be implemented, both with this project and with the repaving project.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to continue item 5A to the next meeting, please.
Well, let's get through public comment. And is this the appropriate time to?
Yeah, she can make that motion if there's a second.
Do we have a second on not hearing item 5A tonight?
I'll second it.
And Mayor, to clarify, that's continuing the notice public hearing to the June 23rd meeting.
Yes, that's the motion. Right.
Okay. I guess, can we have a roll call vote on that, please?
Councilmember Conrad?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart?
Yes.
Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
Mayor Riggins?
No.
Motion carries.
Okay, so can we go on with item 4A, please? Okay, and this will be it for the public speakers on item 4A. Do we have anybody online?
3 raised hands.
Okay, if you can hold that to those 3. Our first speaker for general public comment for items not on the agenda. First one's Aaron Jones, followed by Christopher Sorensen, followed by Justin Julio? Thank you, I apologize. Aaron, go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Aaron Jones. I'm the president and CEO of International Protective Service, IPS, and IPS Global Aviation. I've been in law enforcement and public safety for 33 years. I've owned my company for 19 years. I've been here in Malibu for almost 8 years. I have been here through the Woolsey fires. I've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars of service to this community. And recently, you guys had an RFP for security to provide services for the community, and somehow I was left out of that opportunity. I've sponsored numerous events in this community to be a partner, and of course, being a sponsor doesn't make you a good provider, but I've certainly had my opportunity to get to know this community, and this community's had the opportunity to get to know me and my company. I have hundreds of clients in this community that I've earned over the past 8 years. And I have protected the Chili Festival. I've done all kinds of things, and I've brought things to the table. I've sponsored the events for the state of the city. I've brought information to you about our drone program and our aviation program that specifically had to do with saving this community for fires. And I got up here in front of this community and talked about saving this, being able to do things to detect fires and also to do things when fires occurred. Now we've lost 12 people that have died in the Woolsey fire, and $25 billion in damage to this community. That yet here we are talking about it after the fact, when we were here in front of it trying to get people to literally come out and see what we had going on. We've sponsored different events, including public safety events, where we've been out here and tried to land our helicopter and have our drones present to show you all what we could do as well as the community. And we've had absolutely no success in that. We've even offered to fly the city council and the mayors out to our operation in Chino, California, and show them what we can do. We're unable to do that. However, amazingly, one of the biggest counties in California is now in the process of using our drones, our fixed-wing drones that can stay up for 40 hours, cruise at 25,000 feet at 70 to 100 knots with FLIR and thermal and unbelievable cameras to be able to help one of the biggest counties in California, matter of fact, the biggest county in the country, to do that. And they're so happy with what they're getting from us. They've actually talked about it to the country of Dubai about using it. But yet we couldn't get little old Malibu and Los Angeles County to get involved because everybody's too worried about their Fourth Amendment rights of what they're doing in their backyard. I'm a little hurt that I didn't get the opportunity after donating all this money for all these years to get your $260,000 contract for 30 days. The company that you gave it to is a plenty fine company, but I would have appreciated the opportunity to at least sit down, and we could have at least had the opportunity to talk about what else we could have done for you guys, like save 12 people and $25 billion in a destroyed community. But I hope you guys will reconsider next time you have an RFP. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Sorensen, followed by Justin, followed by Ann Kay.
Hello, City Council. Just real quickly before I start I'd like to talk about maybe you guys consider the photovoltaic pavements if you're ever going to do something in the Civic Center Way. Pavement actually can absorb the sun's energy. So I just want to make that point real quick. I sent an email out to everyone again about the sewer system, and I've been a principal of Sorensen Architects and been designing homes here in Malibu for 30 years. And we're very concerned about the sewage treatment for the hundreds of beach homes destroyed. We had heard Rob's, the Public Works Director's presentation on the various solutions to address the issue, but we do disagree with the notion that the sewer system needs to cost 124 to 260 million and needs to take 5 to 7 years. We're concerned that and not confident that the City of Los Angeles at Hyperion Water Reclamation is going to approve taking Malibu sewage. They already have periodic spills of sewage. Santa Monica Bay is repeatedly requiring beach closures due to the lack of capacity at Hyperion. So I really don't, unfortunately, our instincts are that that is going to die on the vine. So we're really actually asking you guys to please, the council to please consider the sewer system that you already have. You paid $61 million for it. It was in 2018. It has a capacity for 500,000 gallons, 500,000 gallons, which Rob had confirmed one of the hearings, and it's only processing 70,000 gallons right now. The 327 beach homes, frankly, are only going to produce about 100 to 110,000 gallons of sewage. So you actually have the capacity right now. I know there's a phase 2, so this would be a phase 3. But if you were to even add more capacity, our office went ahead and got some real numbers from real companies that are actually doing this. And just looking at basic costs of what pipe costs, what trenching costs, even giving a cost of trenching of about $1,000 a foot. I mean, we can build a very fine house for $1,000 a foot. You know, you're basically getting up to 35 million, I'm sorry, for the 7.1 miles from your current septic system to the end of Malibu going eastward. Just kind of doing a cost analysis of the Las Virgenes. I know that was the most expensive idea. Just based on they're processing 6 million gallons. It was a price tag of 364 million. So just the math on that would be for only 150,000 gallons a day, 6.1 million. And if you just broke down the numbers that you guys already did with your septic system here, with your own sewage treatment, would be about 12 million. So we're saying additional, we got a cost bid for the additional equipment, which should be about 11 million. Air vac system would be about 2 million. And so.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, okay.
So we have Justin, Ann Kay, and Joshua Torres.
Good evening, Mayor Reagans, council members, city staff. My name is Justin Trujillo. I'm a land use attorney with Elkins Galt. I represent Sotira Trust, the owner of 23414 Malibu Colony Road. I'm here to speak about substantial unpermitted construction at the neighboring property, 23414. My client's at 23414, I'm sorry. The construction's at the neighboring property, 23416 Malibu Colony Road. And I'm also want to talk about the city's failure to take appropriate enforcement action despite clear evidence in an open code enforcement case. Over 2 years ago, the owner of 23416 completely demolished and rebuilt a rooftop deck and added new glass walls on a beachfront property, all without permits. The city properly opened code enforcement case number CV 25-003. In response, the property owner submitted an over-the-counter permit application that significantly understated the scope of the work, describing it only as glass railing. In April, we submitted detailed photographic evidence to the planning department and code enforcement showing the work went far beyond what the application disclosed. Despite this evidence and multiple follow-up conversations with planning and code enforcement staff, the city has not taken meaningful enforcement action. The unpermitted improvements remain in place. The property owner continues to benefit from the work that did not go through the proper review process, and there's no apparent timeline or consequences for their failure to comply. While the city allows this to drag on, our client suffers daily. The new glass wall deck now looks directly into the Sotira property's master bedroom, stripping away long-enjoyed privacy and coastal views. This harm is ongoing, and the city's inaction isn't just disappointing, it's unacceptable here. The message this sends to the community is dangerous, that some property owners can build without permits, submit inaccurate applications after the fact, and face no meaningful enforcement. This undermines the legitimacy of the city's permitting process, invites future violations, and penalizes residents who followed the rules. We respectfully urge the city to act now, reject the current permit application for failing to accurately reflect the scope of work, issue a notice of violation, impose appropriate penalties, and require removal of the unpermitted improvements if a valid application is not submitted and approved in short order. The city must show it's serious about upholding its code, protecting neighbors, and preserving Malibu's coastal environment. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. And Kay, followed by Joshua, followed by Ryan Emery.
First thing, I just want to hope that we don't have any repeats of riots. Sure don't want to be there. I have the guy from IPS. But it's very interesting because here was your opportunity here to speak, to come to the meeting and speak about that contract with Covered 6. But as you can see, the meeting was adjourned, changed. It was changed from the 4th to the 5th, from 5 p.m. on the 4th to 1 p.m. on the 5th. Let me tell you how many people were in the audience. It was filled with public safety. Law enforcement, there was only 2 people in the public. Me with a camera, 2 cameras, which is probably the first ever recorded and broadcast meeting ever, which you can see on sayrabbit.com. So that's that part. The other thing is, I thought IPS was the premium security service for Malibu. They didn't even make the top 5. Why?
You want to know?
I'd love to, but you're going to
no
have a
dialogue.
chance. They have a chance because it's on the agenda, and you get to explain why.
Susan off by buzzing the public safety meeting.
Please, if any additional outbursts, we're going to have to.
Okay, so they have their opportunity to speak later. Once again, look at what it says here, adjourned meeting. You had less than 24-hour notice. We had to scramble to be able to make that meeting. Everything had to be rescheduled. I don't even know how you guys pulled it off. Less than 24-hour notice. And I was there. I was there at 3 o'clock when they posted it on the board at City Hall. I don't even think that was a legitimate meeting. I think it's a violation of the Brown Act. And I guess, Trevor, you got to let us know if it was legit. Because honestly, anything that was discussed there is probably not, is void. So any recommendation made to you to continue with Covered 6 or anything like that has to be redone. It's like May 12th all over again. Thank you.
Is it appropriate to discuss the cancellation of the meeting?
Let the speaker speak first.
Okay. I was just going to say there was a reason why it was canceled.
Yeah, Kelsey and I can talk about that after if you want to finish the rest of the.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. Come on, Joshua.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you for having me today. It's good to see you again. My name is Joshua Torres. I'm a Principal Manager of Government Relations with Southern California Edison. Mayor, I wanted to thank you for your safety message earlier regarding the crews working on the side of the road. Last year, SCE had multiple contractor fatalities from crews that were working on the side of the road and got struck by vehicles. So it is a very important topic. But I'm here today to provide an update on our efforts to acquire easements and rights of entry in the area impacted by the Palisades fire. So when we started back in January, we needed over 180 agreements in the area impacted by the fire. We've made tremendous progress, and to date, we only have 14 that are outstanding. But our ability to wait for the outstanding agreements is drawing to a close. We have to set a deadline for the outstanding agreements to be finalized so we can continue with the work and keep our crews moving, working to rebuild the distribution system and restore power to the area. We will continue to negotiate with homeowners until the end of July. So that's the date that we've come to. After that time, we will have to move forward with the project using the agreements we have in place. And so this could mean either that sections of those circuits remain above ground, which we don't want, or that we may need to pursue condemnation action against the remaining homeowners. Unfortunately, we are, regarding the timing, nearing the end of our of the available work at this stage of construction in the Malibu area, meaning that our crews wouldn't have anything to do, so we would have to reassign them to other areas outside of Malibu, which we're not sure when we'd be able to bring them back in, so that would create a huge delay for our efforts to rebuild in the area impacted by the Palisades fire. So we will continue to make a good faith effort with the remaining homeowners through the end of July. Is our hope to be able to rebuild those circuits completely underground. So with that, I want to thank you for your cooperation on helping to expedite the rebuild efforts, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Thanks. I think we do have a couple
No,
questions.
I just want to say thank you. Since you came on board, I've got more information from STC than I ever got before that, and you've been very helpful in any questions I've had. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Of the 14 that are outstanding, are any of them ones that you can't contact, or are they people who just refuse?
They have various questions and concerns. We've been able to contact all the homeowners, so they're aware.
I would encourage you to pursue a condemnation if you can't get it voluntary.
We might have to soon.
Okay. I think there's at least one leader of the not homeowners, they have a different label for theirs, but a couple people from Big Rock in the audience today, so perhaps they can help with working together.
Yeah, we're talking to several of the leaders of the neighborhood association as well too. So
okay,
for sure.
Great.
Is it okay to ask a question?
Yes, please.
Josh, good to see you. The question keeps coming up about telecoms.
Yes.
And I know you guys in Big Rock were ahead of the curve because you seized the day, started to do the undergrounding, and the others hadn't had a chance to catch up. Where are they on the telecoms as far as joining in your process? And is it possible for you guys to have a shared right of entry? I mean, they're going to have to get them too. And it's almost the same pathway between the edge of the property to where it's going to end up on the house.
Yeah. So as soon as we knew that we were going to need to rebuild these circuits, we did reach out to the telecommunication agencies to let them know that we were planning to rebuild underground. We invited them to join us in our trench. We did have a little bit of a luxury of, we had already been planning to underground substantial portions of Malibu before the Palisades fire, so we were much further ahead in our design process than they were. But we have been negotiating with them and communicating with them since January, trying to encourage them. Unfortunately, we can't compel them to go underground with us.
Okay, but what about the shared right of entry?
I would have to check with our real properties team. I'm not sure. I would assume if they joined us in our trench, that it should cover that, right? Because it's the same structure. But if they decide that they want to have their own trench, say they do it at a later time, then they would have to have their own
I'm talking
agreement.
not so much about the trench in the street. I'm talking about that spot from where you enter the property line and go to the house.
Oh,
the service line.
The service line. Yeah. So again, I'm not a real properties expert, but I don't believe we need the agreement because that's oh wait, no, actually, because we go up to the meter. So yeah, we would need an easement from the customer. I don't know. I would have to double check with our real properties team.
Do me a favor. I know you and I talk periodically,
Yeah.
but if you could just find out, when you think about it, if the agreement said Southern California Edison, Frontier Communications, and Spectrum, and everybody signed it at the same time, you'd have all the rights of entry. Nobody'd have to repeat it again, and the homeowner would know where their line was going to go. So just a point to ponder for future, okay?
Yeah, I'll ask.
Thank you.
And just to follow up on the, who can compel the telecommunications? Is that the CPUC or their shareholders?
I'm not a telecommunications expert. I know that other jurisdictions have underground ordinances, and sometimes they can apply to rebuild. Again, you'd have to consult, probably maybe the city attorney could offer you better advice, but I would assume that this qualifies as a rebuild category, right? Because it's substantially, I mean, in most situations, it's from the ground up, but again, you'd want to consult with legal.
Thank you. Any other questions? Do you want to comment on that?
All right.
Comment on what?
And then you just looked like you were ready to comment on something, so I just wanted to.
No, it was a question about coastal development permits?
No.
No.
Who can compel?
Who can compel the telecommunication companies to underground?
Well, there's a number of orders that have been put in place, like from the CPUC and from the governor, but
Yeah.
Okay, great, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming here. Brian Embry, followed by Daniel Smith, followed by Arno.
Yeah, I spoke this several times in different ways, is that this city needs to hire an engineering firm that reports to this city that can handle these overall engineering issues that are unique and caused by this fire and have come to a head, and this is the time to solve them, including the aged-out water main on PCH, utility undergrounding, infrastructure for all the telecoms, what streetlights we're going to have on PCH, and whether those streetlights should have the cell phone transmitters embedded into them so that they're less conspicuous. And there's no particular advantage from one cell carrier to another, so we have perfect coverage from every carrier. That would be the thing to do. The company would likely be Willdan, the company that we've used so many times before, or some other big company like them. The other part was, as being a former public safety commissioner of this city, that I found that the unusual contracting process for this private security patrol operation left a lot to be desired. This is not even in your best interest to have it have gone this way. You need to cast a broad notice inviting bids to meet a certain criteria and not change all your criteria on the fly. And how the two companies that have been here all this time for years, satisfying customers of this city in a private market, how they could be eliminated by our city staff members? What's the criteria? I mean, really, what's the point scoring method, and who's the point scoring team? I mean, this is bizarre. This needs to be set out for bid. This was a short-term contract, so you got some really high prices. Because it's short-term. You're not just going to keep renewing this thing. If it's going to go on for 2, 3, 6 months, you need to start over with that part. Maybe you do have to extend it a month or one cycle, I don't know. My other question was, why isn't the city treasurer helping you out in this process? Who is the city treasurer? Is the city treasurer a contract person, and did that contract expire? Do we have an empty seat? And nobody's signing off on the warrant register as the city treasurer or looking at these long-term contracts. You need a contracts administrator. We need a lot of contracting going on. There's many things that are on that consent calendar. $500,000 on-call service engineering contracts, stuff that wasn't really defined too well. Perfect guy would be our first city manager, Ray Taylor. 25 years straight with the city of Westlake Village. They stole him from us. And that's a like 90% contract city. There's anybody on earth in our COG unit of 5 council of governments that knows more about this area and contracting than him. And he could do it 2 days a week as a part-time job.
Thank you, Ryan.
So, all right, thank you.
Our next speaker is Daniel Smith, followed by Arno, followed by Kevin Keegan.
Hi, Council. Ms. Bundy, congratulations on your promotion. Now there's nothing standing in your way. Help us rebuild. If you get Malibu rebuilt before the Olympics, it will be the ultimate feather in your professional cap. If you don't, that too will follow you. I read that when you were empowered in the department after Woolsey, you were issuing 60 permits a month. Can you do it again? You'd be a local hero. At the risk of boring the council, I'd like to ask once again to agendize discussion on grandfathering all undamaged septic systems on the beach, regardless of capacity. With new septic tanks come new seawalls. I don't want that. You don't want that. Let's use what we've got. Don't go down a path that's going to cover the sand, Malibu's most enduring asset, and concrete. Don't let that be the legacy of this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Arno, followed by Kevin Keegan, followed by Luis. And
Good evening.
Go ahead, Arno.
I'm the person without the last name.
I'm going to let you be infamous with a single name.
Exactly. I love it. Congratulations, Yolanda. I have a video. Please see this individual walking on my property. And I have a second video. You see this individual walking off my property. Again and again, I feel there's nothing left of value to carry off my property, and yet I stand here corrected. And as we're starting rebuilds, there are much more valuable items than those leftover patio chairs. We have a massive problem, and I don't know how to fix it. Maybe you have an idea? I don't. And I can just stand here sad. Second thing I want to talk about is the fire rebuilds are treated as new construction. And it has been mentioned before that it would be helpful to have a new category of fire rebuilds that can help us work around certain codes that pose a threat to quick rebuild and cost-effective rebuilds. Now, I learned that Malibu can't make that decision. That is a decision that needs to go to the state, and the state needs to be lobbied by, I believe, you guys. And I would like your help to actually do that. Third thing is the fire rebuilds are a pretty big project. And what I'm seeing right now is that project doesn't have a real goal. Of course, we want to rebuild, right? That is a goal, but how quickly? So what is the actual number that we have in mind for rebuilding? How many houses do we want to have rebuilt in, let's say, 2 years after the fire? January 8th, 2017, 2027, of course. How many houses do you want to have rebuilt? Do you have a number in mind? I think we need to set a goal and then strive to achieve it, and not just say, let's go as fast as we can. We need to have a concrete goal, a number that we can fight to achieve, and figure out how to achieve it. You guys and Yolanda, of course. What's the goal? What's the number? Let's find one. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Keegan, Luis Tenya, is Ben Marcus still here? Thank you. And Salwa.
Good evening. Tonight, I want to shine some light on potential technology solutions to help Malibu. All of what I'm going to share requires minimal to no effort by city staff with costs that are affordable. To start, Dr. Ben Kure is an architect by training. Ben is also the CEO of Archistar, software that allows property owners to pre-check their building plans before submission. Ben's technology is in service to the planning process and can expedite a Malibu residents' review process. Archistar has a contract with the state of California, our governor's endorsement, and LA County's support. If Malibu offers it, use of Archistar by a resident would be optional and, for residents rebuilding from the Palisades fire, free. Tonight, Luis Tena will tell you more about NewArc, a technology hundreds of Malibu residents in the rebuild process are already using, which is optional and, for now, free. In the near future, I expect we will hear from Dr. Nikolai Blagoyevich from Stanford University about how to use recovery process data to make smart choices now to save time later. Allison Bunce, a local business owner and big tech product designer, is working on a comprehensive Malibu business directory app. Dr. Ryan Alimo, who is online, is a Malibu resident seeking a U.S. DOT Small Business Innovation Research grant to advance his high-resolution mobile mapping technology, which just finished a pilot in L.A. Ryan wants to help Malibu. And Dr. Anakul Lukina created BurnBot, a company that uses specialized robotic vehicles to safely scale the removal of hazardous vegetation fuels. BurnBot will meet with Supervisor Horvath's team and LA County Fire to discuss Malibu's future wildfire resiliency efforts. One other important technology for Malibu to get serious about is drones. Based on publicly available information, I believe Lost Hills Sheriff's Department is in the pilot phase of a law enforcement drone program, which I believe the City of Malibu supports. In my opinion, this is appropriate. Furthermore, in addition to law enforcement drone capabilities, in my opinion, the city should ask our county, state, and federal partners to accelerate the implementation of FAA-supported drone disabling capabilities in our airspace. This will be important for the Malibu community, both for protecting privacy rights and ensuring safety. Our partners can help, I believe. Even more exciting than technology I'm recommending is a reminder to the Malibu community of the very real possibility we will have a water ferry service in Santa Monica Bay by Labor Day. Our partner, Patricia Keeney Mesash, and others will have more information soon. Thank you.
Luis, followed by Sawa, followed by Joe Drummond.
Good evening, Council. I have a quick presentation. And I believe I have 4 minutes, right?
Yes, you have 4 minutes.
Okay. So good evening, and thank you for letting me speak. Congratulations to Yolanda, and also thank you, Kevin, for the nice intro. You heard me before a few months ago. I introduced to you this little tool that I had fun developing. So as you know, the rebuild process is a combination of 3 things. It's the cleanup, then the permits, and then the construction. So if we are creative and we analyze the process, we can overlap some of the tasks and save time. And thanks to this little tool that I call New York, we can save some time up to maybe 3 to 6 months overall. So it's an easy website. You go there, you type your address. Anyone can type in Malibu your address, and you can check what the county has for you. If you use the city Wi-Fi, maybe it fights with the server, but if you use your 5G or your Wi-Fi, it will work pretty well. And the main goal is to expedite the process and provide good information before getting started with your design. So the previous features that I presented two months ago, you type your address, you hit analyze, and it generates a quick 3D view of your topography, the existing building, and it uses also LA County parcel data. And it also gives you a quick site plan with the property lines and the building envelope as recorded by the LA County. Also, I allow people to download the 3D information. You can import that into your 3D software, AutoCAD, whatever you use, and you can also download all your neighbors around you, so there's no excuse to know what anyone could be doing as a rebuild. So this is where the data is sourced. It's available for free for everybody. I just coded the way in which the information is presented. But now there's some new features that I want to present. Again, this is a beta version, so sometimes some sites are very complicated in Malibu, but I'm trying to fine-tune it. So one of the things when you're trying to rebuild existing plus 10%, the plus 10% has to comply with the maximum TDSF. So how do you calculate the maximum TDSF, which is the total development square footage? You need to subtract the area of the slopes 1-to-1 plus your easements from your gross lot area, then you get your net lot area, and that's how you calculate if you can actually increase 10% or not. So thanks to this free tool, you know at least now what are the areas that are 1-to-1, steeper than 1-to-1. Then the next, I also introduced a little 18-foot maximum envelope calculator, so it gives you in dashed red lines what the maximum envelope could be. So when you also want to increase, you need to make sure that you never go below that height. And also in floor plan, the setbacks. So the city of Malibu has not a typical way of calculating setbacks. It's based on percentages. Some other jurisdictions do it, but for the side yards, for example, you have 2 options between 10 and 15%. So this gives you automated setbacks, and also now we've added this hatching of where you cannot increase your square footage and where you can, based in colors. There's more things that I think, so I do this kind of for fun, right? Like at the end of the day, I spend a lot of time dealing with the staff, which is great, and in my frustration of why things are slow, I try to come up with solutions. So instead of demanding all the time is, what can I bring to the table? So there's more things coming up, but I think this could help fire victims, staff,
and also the city of Malibu in general, as long as we define the code and we use technology the right way. So let's not be afraid about technology. We can use it for Malibu in a good way.
Thank you very much. Salwa, followed by Joe Drummond, followed by Norm Haney.
Hi, council members, Madam Ambassador. Congratulations, Yolanda. I had given a sheet, I don't know if they gave it to you, with some stats. So I would like you to please take a look at the stats. And these are basically comparison between Coffee Park rebuilds and Woolsey rebuilds. So Coffee Park in the first, 1,422 homes were burnt, out of which 893 were built and occupied by the end of year 3. That's 63%. Woolsey was 20% after 3 years, 100 out of 488 homes. By the beginning of 2025, Coffee Park had 80% of their homes rebuilt and occupied. At the same time, January 2025, we have 181 out of 488, which is 37% of Woolsey fires built. So what do I personally deduce from this? I'm basically deducing that building safely and quickly can happen. I'm also deducing that even with all the small changes that have happened, including the big change, which is the rebuild center, if things continue to go at the same pace as they are and have been in the last few weeks, I'm not going to even go to 6 months, none of us will be living in Malibu because none of us will be able to afford to rebuild in the time span it will take us to rebuild. So what I would ask of you is to look at these numbers and to really think of what each of you can do to actually move this process faster. It will not happen at the pace this is going. And it is in your hands, totally in your hands, in the 6 of your hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Drummond, followed by Norm Haney.
Thank you, Salwa. I agree. She's amazing. She's a powerhouse. I come here every week, as you know. Some people hate me. Some people love me for what I'm here for. In the last 4 years, I've been here talking about my 64 square foot deck and how it took over 3 years and luckily it did not burn. So it's still there, thank God. And I sent those numbers on how we need to rebuild 500 homes in 4 years. So that's half of what is burned since Woolsey and Palisades. We have many projects that come to planning that are discretionary and have variances and are 200 to 300% larger than average size homes in the neighborhoods. Those need to be put at the bottom of the pile, really. And the rebuilds need to be a priority. So I've worked for my community on my POA board. I've worked with Malibu Township Council that has advocated for responsible development since 1947. And that is why I come every week. Not only because my house burned down, but that's what my focus is right now. Today I don't have a hat also, which is interesting. I think I finally had time to get a haircut. So I have 2 questions. Congratulations, Yolanda. I'm so honored and happy for you to be a part of our rebuild and for everything you've done in Ventura. I know you can bring that here. And I guess my question to Candace and Yolanda is how can we get 500 homes rebuilt in the next 4 years? How can we do it? Is it possible? Can we have that means we need a building permit issued every day, 5 days a week from the end of December for the next 4 years. So, and then I do have a question to the council members. Do you stand up for rebuilding in Malibu and rebuilding half of what we've lost in the next 4 years? If you do, can you prioritize our rebuilds over these 200 to 300% variance discretionary projects and put us in the front of the line and put them at the back of the line? And just what can you do to make this happen? That's what we want to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Norm?
Good evening, council members. I'm here to talk about fires. I think individual house fires that start are very rare in the city of Malibu. It doesn't happen very often in the city of Malibu or anywhere else for that matter. However, wildfires burn a lot of houses down very quickly every 3, 4, 5, 6 years. The Los Angeles County Public Works Director stated very clearly that during a wildfire, there is no water in the water tanks that supply the water in the water mains and the pressure that go to the fire hydrants. They simply are not there, primarily because people wet down their lawns, they wet down their houses, everybody's got the water going, and it just isn't there. So I was very excited when Fire Captain Maroney said, we're going to allow water tanks, individual water tanks, certain sizes depending on the size of the house, and we're going to approve houses based on that. I said, that's fantastic. Then he went on to say, for fire rebuilds only. And I said to myself, well, why is that? There's places in Encino Canyon where some of the houses burned to the ground in the Woolsey fire, and then some of them, and the water pressure and the water flow does not meet the fire department standards. He said, those are fire rebuilds. We're going to let them rebuild and have their own private water tanks. I said, that's great. But he didn't mention about the homes that were fortunate enough not to have burned down and still don't have the fire pressure and fire flow. He didn't say we're going to allow those people to construct water tanks on their property so that they can save their house in the future. Now, Encino Canyon is headed for a big problem. Instead of building a new tank adjacent to the existing tank, their plan is to tear down the existing tank and build a new tank where the existing tank used to be. The problem with that is that it's going to take them 2 years to build the new tank, and during that period of time, there will be no water.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for the time. I'll continue in the future.
Parker, do we still have 3 hands raised?
Now there's 6 hands raised.
Well, we cut it off at the 3, so just the first 3 that were there.
Okay. Ryan Olimo.
Ryan Olimo, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So I have a presentation, and if we can have like a little bit more time would be great too. So the topic I want to talk about is very relevant to what Ryan from Caltrans mentioned, and we are building a state-of-the-art decision-making tool for city managers and city planning like yourself. So we've talked about the Complete Street Initiative, and if you go to the next slide, we are proudly the only company from state of California that was funded by the U.S. Department of Transportation to build the AI-powered decision-making support tool for different purposes. For example, where to add the bike lane and where to add the sidewalk, like how to improve the different infrastructure or active mobility infrastructure. And all of these are hard for the human to make a decision, and there are lots of complexity around that. But once you have an AI and then in the loop that helps these decision makers, it can optimize the process and it can bring the best capital improvement. And if you go next, and this is not just an idea. We have built this solution with UCLA. It's been validated by the city of LA, and we drove around. If it was a video, you could have seen, this is the hardware we have, and also we have some data capturing in the city of Malibu too. If you go next, go next one more. So this is the pipeline we have. We get the aerial data. We also have mobile mapping, and what we deliver in the end is a level of traffic stress for people with disabilities, ADA, sidewalk pedestrians, and cyclists. And then it's going to give this decision support tool in the end about how it's going to look like for the end, for the people who want to make a decision. And please go next. So you can get the level of traffic stress on different areas you have, and different streets, different sidewalks. Go next. And one of the key parts is how to do the scenario modeling. So we have this simulation modeling that if you add a sidewalk, how it affect the parking, right? And if you add maybe like different discussions we had today, how it would be simulation without even building that. And we are building it with the Department of Transportation. What I need from you is the support, technical support, to help us to customize this solution for the city of Malibu. We already have city of LA, Austin, Nashville, and Honolulu, and 10 more cities sign up for this particular solution that we are building, funded by the US DOT, Small Business Research Innovation Grant. And I would love to have this tool for
Thank you.
my own
We
city.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next.
Yeah.
Thomas?
Thomas, go ahead.
What?
Hi, go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, thank you. A quick note. Joe Drummond thinks the city shouldn't walk and chew gum. It seems like just another delay tactic by the MTC. But that's not actually why I wanted to comment tonight. I hope everyone understands that Adrian's lawsuit isn't just an obscure legal footnote. It's a warning sign. It's a flashing red light. The reason Malibu doesn't function properly, from rebuilds to permits to basic governance, is directly tied to what Adrian's case reveals about how our city is being governed, or more accurately misgoverned. Adrian's story isn't an anomaly. It's a symptom of a broader sickness. He was a professional, a public servant who understood Malibu's complex planning rules, who worked under multiple administrations without scandal or controversy. And then suddenly, after all those years, he became a target, not for doing something wrong, but because Bruce Silverstein and Steve Uring didn't like a particular project. So instead of making a coherent policy-based argument about land use or zoning, they did something else. They went after Adrian personally. This wasn't just criticism. This wasn't political disagreement. This was targeted harassment. Steve Uring personally called Adrian and told him, warned him, that he would be made an example. That's intimidation. That's abuse of office. And then the attacks followed. Adrian's flooded with harassment. He got death threats, accusations of corruption, coordinated email campaigns through Joe Drummond's Malibu Township Council, which Steve Uring once led. It was organized. It was deliberate. And honestly, it was cruel. And when Adrian finally took a step back to prioritize his mental and physical health, understandably, Bruce Silverstein, up there on the dais tonight, violated basic ethical and legal boundaries. He released personal health information publicly in violation of HIPAA. Then in a mass email, an email which Adrian was included on, Bruce wrote that Malibu needs employees who are, quote, from around here. As if being a longtime public servant means nothing if your zip code doesn't match Bruce's idea of shall we say, neighborhood character. That phrase, neighborhood character, used to mean something about design and scale. Now it's a dog whistle. Now it's code for who gets to belong, who gets to serve, and who's driven out. It's exclusion wrapped in a veneer of local pride. This is not about policy. This is not about preserving community values. This is about control. Bruce and Steve have weaponized fear. They've turned public service into a blood sport. And, you know, we've lost Richard Mollica, gone after 20 years, Adrian gone after 16, Chief of Code Enforcement gone after 10, 4 city managers in rapid succession. One was just paid $180,000 to leave quietly. This is institutional collapse.
We appreciate your comments. Next.
Ronald?
Ronald, are you available?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so it's kind of funny. I think I'm going to stick with the theme here to end these comments. I saw that the Adrian Fernandez abuse case was in closed session tonight, and I want to make sure no one forgets what that case is really about. Because it's not just about Adrian. It's about a culture of intimidation, targeted harassment, and toxic leadership that's putting the city in legal, financial, and operational crisis at a time when it can least afford it. Adrian was a 16-year veteran of Malibu's planning department. He didn't choose the projects he worked on. He carried out assignments based on direction from leadership. But when I supported a project that Bruce Silverstein, Steve Uring, and John Mazza didn't like, they didn't just oppose it on the merits. They decided to punish him personally. And we know that because Steve called him directly and threatened him, told him he'd be made an example. They attacked Adrian publicly. They smeared him in private. They stirred up their network to harass him. Neither Kirk Ham called in death threats. The Malibu Township Council, where Steve used to be president, activated their mailing list and Facebook pages to flood Adrian with messages accusing him of corruption, screaming at him at public meetings and calling for him to be fired, all because he was doing his job. When the pressure pushed him to take a medical leave, Bruce released details about his health in a mass communication, a clear HIPAA violation. Then Bruce went even further. In that same email, he said that Malibu needs city employees to, quote unquote, from around here, not people like Adrian. That's disgusting. And ironic, coming from a guy who moved here from Delaware and seems to think he owns the city now. Bruce likes to talk about neighborhood character, but what kind of character are we talking about? Is it the character of harassing public servants, turning City Hall into a loyalty test for insiders only, of using from around here as a coded way of excluding people you don't like? This isn't about land use. It's about NIMBY extremism weaponized into a political machine, a machine that doesn't just block development, but destroys people. And now, the people who made Malibu function, who knew the codes, who knew the history, who cared, they're gone. And let's talk about the price. The city is now facing a $20 million legal judgment in the Fernandez case. That's real money. That's my tax dollars. $20 million that won't go to road repairs, fire rebuild staffing, or infrastructure, or public safety. That's money going into the legal fallout of Bruce and Steve's personal vendettas. Meanwhile, you try to rebuild after a fire, good luck. Planning staff are gone. No one wants to work here. Nobody wants to apply for jobs in a place known for public character assassinations and council members who micromanage your inbox. Malibu used to be a small town with professional government. Now it's becoming a cautionary tale.
Thank you. That'll conclude public comment.
Yes, those were all the speakers who raised their hand when the item was called by the mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, next item on the agenda is city council reports and public comments. Anybody want to go first? You know what, before we start that, I agree. Thank you, I appreciate that. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break for a restroom, and we'll be back here at 9:05. Thank you. I was thinking it and just started in Okay, we're back. Council, who would like to start? Okay, Doug, Steve?
I'm going to be real quick, so.
Let's go, Steve.
Okay, couple things. I attended the Gen C2 or Commander C2 luncheon today. I had a heck of a turnout, well-deserved effort from this lady. I wish her the very best as she moves forward. Hopefully she will stay in contact with Malibu because we don't want to lose somebody with that much talent. I saw an email, I got a copy of an email that Brian Merrick got from Beaches and Harbor that talked about the underpass over at Zuma. And the email said they weren't going to be able to get that underpass cleared out, which is going to be a mess for people coming to Zuma Beach for the summer. So, Rob, I don't know if they know what they're talking about, but just sort of put that on your radar screen to see if there's anything we can do to open that up, because without that, we're going to have traffic jams at Zuma all the time. I don't think we need that. Well, I got Rob's attention. We were planning to have another sewer meeting this week sometime. And are we going to do that? Because I'm just trying to schedule some time so I know where I'm supposed to be when I'm supposed to be there.
I have it on my calendar.
You do?
The meeting's on Thursday.
It is going to be this Thursday?
Yeah, and I'll send you an email to confirm it for you.
Cool. Very good. That's all I need to know. So I'll keep Thursday open. I have one more. Hang on.
2:30, correct.
2:30 on Thursday? Good. And this is to Trevor. Trevor, back on May 19th, there was a planning commission meeting where the BB&K attorney at that meeting provided some inaccurate legal advice to the planning commission. And basically, it said that there was no ability to include a sunset clause in a conditional use permit. And I spoke to you about that at this time. You said you're going to try and get that information corrected for the Planning Commission. You haven't done that yet, okay? And the reason I bring it up, in the next Planning Commission meeting on Monday, there's an identical project coming up with exactly the same thing. So it'd be helpful if you could clear that up so they would know what the heck they're supposed to do, and we avoid any confusion. So you can do that for us tonight?
I'm happy to follow up.
No, can we do it tonight? It's been 3 weeks and I've asked for it and I can't get it.
We don't have anything on the agenda to discuss this item, and it's a complicated item, but I'm happy to provide an update to the council and to the commission on this. And
when will we see that update?
I'm happy to get that out before the planning commission meeting coming up.
Look, here's the reason I bring this up. We're paying BBK a good chunk of change, all right? And I think we deserve competent, good legal advice. And in some cases, we're not getting that. All right? And I think this is one of those examples. And there have been more. I've talked to you about this about 3 or 4 times now. So, I mean, I think, we've got to take a real good look at where we're getting our money's worth out of BB&K. So hopefully you get us that conclusion before we get to the end of the week so we can talk to the planning commissioners and make sure they know what's going on. Cool. Thank you. That's all I got, Mayor.
Thank you. Who's next?
I'll try to be quick too. By the way, I was at Commander's C2's event today and couldn't be more proud to have had her in Malibu, and she will be an excellent choice, an excellent person in the capacity she's going to be. 1 star, but I bet that's not the last star she gets added to. She'll probably have at least 1 more. She'll do well with the Sheriff's Department, and we're lucky to have her know Malibu as well as she does. Along that line, recently we've had some, and I'm talking out of the sergeant, we've had blue graffiti around Malibu in some places, and then we had the high school vandalism. Hopefully this isn't a trend for anything, but I'm just wondering if we can get a future update when the Sheriff's Department has time. I know you guys are spread thin right now about the graffiti that seems to be popping up around town. It'd be nice if we need to worry about that or not worry about it. Next item I have is we need to get the Mobile Home Commission sworn in. One of the things that was driving the process was a bill that was in the legislature. It may have gone away, but it'll be back in some form. And I'd like to see the Mobile Home Commission at least get sworn in, have their first meeting, and at least know where they are in terms of our commissions. On the business grants, micro grants, I know those are coming up to us. I just encourage the businesses to get an application in. Also on our homeowners, I've had several conversations. Now apparently we have, especially in the Big Rock area, and maybe some of the other places, problems with private roads that need to be repaired after the fire. And I talked to this one person in Terry Davis in the HOA for the Big Rock. There's a civil code called Civil Code 845 for private roads, where you can cause an assessment to occur for everybody that has a shared easement with that road. But the real issue is it can take a lot of money. And it's one thing to repave a small access road, but if you're talking about having to rebuild a road, it can be quite expensive. And we may need to be looking at how we can get grants or other money for it. It's going to be one of the things we'll have to look into. But our private road people are going to have a problem. And 845 is a way to assess all the owners, but you got to come up with the money first. So haven't lost that off my radar. And let's see, that's all I've got at the moment. Back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Bruce or Halen?
I'll go. Sure. All right. Oh, yes. I would love sewer updates to council if possible. They don't have to be every meeting, but I would love to know where we're at. Is that possible?
Well, I think that's something we're going to be looking to Rob to provide to us as.
Great. Thank you. I saw a thumbs up. Thank you. Also, do we have to get council consensus to add the mobile home item to an agenda? Because I would like the mobile home, like Doug, to be instated.
Mayor, if I can address that, we do have a meeting scheduled for the Mobile Home Park Rent Stabilization Commission. It is June 30th at 1 p.m.
Oh, great. Thank you. So they'll be all sworn in? Okay, perfect. Thank you. 1 p.m. I wrote that down. I also would like to just comment on, I think technology is our friend. I think that we need to embrace it in the city. I think that we all do a great job as humans, but we could possibly look into some innovation. I'm an advocate for that. Again, I don't know what the delay is. We've been talking about ArcaStar since the beginning of time, it feels like. I would love to know if that's just like not going to happen, because if it doesn't happen, then I can stop thinking about it and asking about it. Who do I ask that to?
Ms. Bond? The integration of AI or other tools, do you have any update or anything that staff is working on that?
Well, I know for one of the things that we're looking at is the ArcaStar program, and that's for planning. So we've been looking at primarily technology to help improve our rebuild and recovery efforts primarily, but also we're looking at how we can make staff tasks more efficient, such as transcribing and sitting and listening to meetings. There's AI usage for that, absolutely, but then having a human editor afterwards. But we're trying to look at time-saving, more efficient ways to utilize technology throughout the organization, but with our primary focus remaining on the rebuild and recovery efforts and how we can work with partners such as, LA County for how we can streamline some of these efforts through technology.
That's exciting. I look forward to hearing more about that. Terrific. Also, let's see here. The meetings that were canceled, public safety meeting, I just want to address that. I believe there was a water main break. Is that the same meeting? Can we just put that out there?
Yeah, there was a maybe Kelsey wants to talk about exactly what happened, but there was a big problem. And it was not able to have the meeting, and it was adjourned to the next available time. Is my understanding?
Yes, we did have an issue with the water supply line for City Hall, and the water was turned off to City Hall. Repairs were made. That was estimated to take several hours, and in that time, we didn't have any water, including functioning restrooms. So we closed the building and worked on rescheduling meetings. We confirmed that the public safety commissioners were available the next day, so we properly posted a notice of adjournment, which does not require a 24-hour notice. So the adjourned regular Public Safety Commission meeting was properly noticed.
Thank you so much for clarifying that. I agree. I think that having water tanks on people's properties, whether or not they burned or not burned, makes total sense to me. I don't know how to lobby for that. I would love to learn how I could help support properties that are already existing get water tanks on their property. So if anybody has any advice, please let me know. And that is what I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce.
All right, so first of all, what have I been doing? Last week, along with Doug and Ambassador Bond, participated in an interview process that led to Yolanda's promotion. I participated yesterday in an emergency briefing by the sheriff on what's going on in Los Angeles and how it might affect us, and to answer questions. I had a couple questions there. I've also been in communication with the sheriff and with Supervisor Horvath regarding that same issue. I have been in communication with Supervisor Horvath last week regarding a motion that she's presented to the Board of Supervisors. In fact, I submitted a letter in support of it, and I've asked that we as a council support that. I believe on the agenda for the next meeting, we'll be discussing that. It's a motion to consolidate some of the rebuilding issues in the county, but most importantly, create a land bank so that fair prices can be paid for properties for people who decide they don't want to rebuild, and perhaps make those properties available for others who do want to rebuild that are in places where rebuilding might not make sense. Some kind of a county centralized effort to raise funds that could then be equitably apportioned among the areas impacted by the fire, and there's some other issues there. And lastly, spent a number of hours reviewing the nonprofit grant applications that are going to be the subject of an A&F meeting later this week. I'm going to address just a few of the comments from today. First of all, Norm's comment, it's not my understanding that the fire department won't allow water tanks on properties that exist. It's that they won't accept water tanks as an acceptable basis for building a new home other than a rebuild now. Because there's not sufficient water supply. So it's not my understanding that they won't permit a water tank. It's that they won't be satisfied if you don't have a home on a vacant property that wasn't burned, that if you want to build, you can satisfy your water demands with a water tank. That's a different issue from not allowing somebody to have a water tank when there's adequate water and their house is sitting there. I could be wrong about that, but that's my understanding. So the fire department has no sign-off approval on whether someone gets a water tank or doesn't get one. Their sign-off is on whether it's an adequate substitute for an otherwise inadequate water supply when somebody wants to build. So I think that's a false construct. If I'm wrong about that, I'm sure I'll hear about it at the next city council meeting. At the next city council meeting, you can explain why I'm wrong. On the issues of rebuilds, which obviously is a major issue that we're addressing a lot. This analysis of the rebuilds in other areas, and tonight we were given Santa Rosa, it's anecdotal. The topography is different, the costs involved are different, the capacity of the residents to rebuild are different. For all I know, their 80% was an inadequate response to what could have been done there. For all I know, it was a much superior response to what one would have expected. These are just numbers. They don't really mean very much. The fact is, the governor has enacted an extraordinary order that's taken the Coastal Commission out of our process of rebuilding so long as you go for like. We have ramped up the bodies that are here that are needed to give approvals. And the real issue is going to be How quickly can owners of burned properties get their finances together, get their teams together, and get in to get the approvals? If people are being held up because once they get into our staff, they're being given unreasonable requirements to be satisfied, I want to hear about them. I think we all want to hear about them. So far, I'm just hearing abstract concepts of there's not enough being done, it's too slow a process, we've got all these problems. I want to hear what the problems specifically are, because the staff is prepared to try to find as many ways as possible to address those problems as can be done. But the reality of the situation is many people don't have the money to rebuild. The insurance companies are being problematic. Some people are trying to do this on their own, which is absolutely a recipe for disaster. So everyone needs to get a team of professionals that can handle what they know is required to satisfy the building requirements and the planning requirements. And they need to be prepared to spend the money necessary to do that. And once they do, if then they're facing roadblocks, we want to hear about them. But right now, I'm not hearing those roadblocks exist. I'm hearing about hypothetical issues. So I'd like to hear about the real ones. The only other comment I want to make is our last two callers, Thomas and Ronald. It would be nice if they would have the courage to come here and show their faces rather than be voices on Zoom. In fact, I would like to see us revisit one of these days the question of whether we should either require Zoom participants to show themselves and allow them to show themselves, or even make Zoom participation available only for residents, because I doubt that they are residents. They're instigators is what they are. They don't know what the facts are. There are court filings with respect to this Fernandez litigation. It's easy to make allegations. Allegations in a complaint don't even have to be sworn. In this particular case, and it's coming up for a hearing at the end of this week, there are sworn affidavits in the file. There is evidence in the file, and the evidence in the sworn affidavits demonstrate that the allegations in the complaint and the allegations that we're hearing recounted by these instigators are in fact demonstrably untrue. I never once said anything about Mr. Fernandez's mental condition or physical condition, not once. The actual recordings of the meetings at which I was alleged to have said them are available for anyone to watch. The specific places in which I spoke every single word I ever spoke publicly in those meetings have been identified to the court for the court to listen to. Steve Euring did not tell Mr. Fernandez he was going to make an example of him. Mr. Fernandez submitted a sworn declaration that says he took what Mr. Euring said to be that he was going to make an example of him. So when he had to write down what he swore to, he wouldn't go as far as what the complaint alleges and what Thomas and Ronald would like you to believe. And I have no idea where this email is that I'm supposed to have told so many people that Adrian's not from around here, whatever that means. That's not even, everyone who knows me and listens to me repeatedly knows I don't speak that way. That's not even a turn of phrase I would use. So I'd like to see this written email that I supposedly sent to hundreds of people that uses the language that I was quoted as having said. Bottom line is, I actually have a high degree of confidence that that lawsuit is going to be dismissed. The court is going to award attorney's fees to us for the lawsuit, and that should put an end to that drama. If not, we'll go on and defend it on the merits, but I think it's going to end very quickly. And those are my comments for tonight.
Thank you. First, I want to thank the Public Works staff for making sure that the beach sand is properly cleaned off the roadway on Westward and Birdview. It accumulates very quickly there, and by continuing to have the road crews out there to clean that off, it really helps with public parking that's allowed there. That's a difficult area, and so any little things that the staff is doing to improve that is appreciated. I just want to also address, some of the things that Bruce talked about with the rebuilds. We purposely have set up a separate and entire team for the rebuilds, so that their entire focus is on helping from the first question that any homeowner may have to the final permits and everything are handled by that team, separate and apart from the regular staff workings at City Hall, so that there can be distinct priorities for each group. I also have seen that there have been hundreds of people that have been coming through their rebuild center and getting questions answered, and that we do have what we believe is a sufficient amount of consultants. And if that bears out that we don't have sufficient consultants, then we need to be told that so that we can further augment that so that we are able to handle. I know we have 2 plan checks in the process right now, and I expect that those are going to hopefully run quickly through, and we're going to be announcing permit issuances on those in the next few weeks. And so, yeah, I agree. If there are problems with processing and that you're not getting the proper information from staff, then please let the team know, let the city manager know, and let the council know, and we will certainly take steps to try and correct those situations as quickly as possible. Rebuilding is a complicated thing in the best of circumstances. It's super complicated in Malibu. We've seen that from Woolsey. Part of the reason why there are the numbers that we have is because people were underinsured. People didn't have insurance. So this caught them without the financial means to be able to move forward, not knowing what to do, assembling teams that are unfamiliar with the rules in Malibu, looking for innovative construction ideas and not checking with the city staff and getting feedback on those things. COVID happened in the middle of that and completely changed how the city was processing everything. And I commend Yolanda's leadership on that, and I'm going to take a little bit of a lap around the process that since I was working in the building staff, we were working our butts off, and every single person was putting in as much time as they could to make sure that those permits got issued and out and people could get reconstructed. And I am really proud of the team, and it's probably one of the things that I am most confident about the city moving forward. The city staff knows how to get houses built. Just need to come in and work with them and get the questions answered, and please ask them questions. They are here to help. They know the answers. They know how to help. They are here to help. So that's about it that I'm going to focus on right now. I also did attend the luncheon for Commander C2, and she's a wonderful, wonderful human being, and I am so proud of her for this promotion, and she is going to do a great job in that, and I know she's going to work to make sure that we have a great team here in Malibu to help with our public safety and keep us ready for the next problems and issues that we know are inevitable in our area. So with that, we're going to have Doug.
All right, my turn. I wasn't going to say anything about the rebuild numbers, but since it's been brought up now twice, I want to go back to something I said about 3 months ago. I had the stats pulled for Woolsey, and I'm going to try and do this from memory, but I think I got most of it right. We said there were 465 homes lost in Woolsey. 78% of those had some kind of an application in process. The other 22% disappeared. We couldn't get, I know Yolanda and the team had worked diligently to try and find these people, but they just disappeared. They weren't interested in any kind of a process, apparently, to rebuild. At the time I did the report, about 40% were living in their homes, and that's about 150. But of the 78% was the number, that 78% of 465 is about 360. So let me give you the round numbers. So 150 were in their homes. Another 30% were under construction and were rapidly coming toward completion. And another 30% had either their permits issued or in the final stages of permits. But there was a high correlation when those permits for the ones after the initial wave of the first 3 years, those actually correlated closely to when SCE did their financial settlements and the insurance started to settle up. So as Bruce said, it was a financial issue for many of these people, I'm sure. But it's also, when you look at Coffey Park, I know I talked to the Senator Pro Tem, Mike McGuire, and this is his territory. I'll tell you what's different about it there. It's just like it is the Eaton fire. They're talking about rebuilding homes in Eaton at $400 to $500 a square foot. Ours are $1,000 to $1,200 a square foot. And that's what's causing the gag and heave by the insurance companies and everybody else to try and settle with us in this territory as opposed to the Eaton territory. So there's a heavy correlation to financial impact. And I'll also tell you that anecdotally, what we're seeing, I'm seeing and I'm hearing from other people, when you have an older population, a lot of these people are going, I quit. And they just don't want to go back and rebuild. So the reason why the permits are also being held back, it's the second or third owner of that property who's bought it from the first. It's unfortunate that we're going to lose people that don't have the energy or the determination to rebuild, but that's the way of fact of life of it is. But as our statement has been made to the governor and everywhere else, we said we want to get the homes rebuilt like the homes were that were there before. Rebuild the home they had before. It may not be the same person in there, but it's going to be the same home. Okay, thank you.
Right, and just the last couple points on that. I mean, the question was asked, how many homes do you want to rebuild? I mean, I'd love to see everyone rebuild their home, but remember, we're not rebuilding homes. We're facilitating the rebuild of the homes. You all are rebuilding your home. The city's not rebuilding it for you. The city's there to give you the permission that you need, and the city's not in charge of the rules. We're in charge of our municipal rules, and to the extent that any municipal rule is getting in the way, we can change that. But we're not in charge of the state building code. And that is what I understand to be the major holdup. Now, as far as if you run into snags, we appointed Abe Roy as a building ambassador. I understand that there are also the equivalent of block captains or area captains. I think the thing that makes the most sense is everyone who thinks they have an issue that ought to be solvable, first step is to bring it to that person. That person will figure out whether it really is an issue for the city or isn't an issue for the city. That's exactly why we agreed to put that person in there. And then they can bring the list to us of the problems that they see we have as opposed to the problems that are on the other side. And we will take those issues very seriously, because we have competent people in the middle here that are going to look at these issues and have an understanding of what is a problem and what isn't a problem. But we can't anticipate problems that are come up from, let's say you, the people sitting here are not who I'm talking about, but homeowners are going to do it wrong. They're going to try to do things that they can't do. They're going to try to cut corners because it's expensive. They're going to try to do things without an expert because they think they know better or can do it on their own. That's not going to work. You need to be prepared from day one to spend a lot of money, to spend a lot of time, to spend a lot of aggravation, and you have to use professionals. And when those professionals interact with the city, you're going to get much better results than when you try to interact with the city. It's just the way it is. That's it.
Great comments. I agree with those. Also, I wrote a letter of support for the supervisor, and I was wondering if we can do a council consensus and also do a council letter of support for that. How do we do that?
You want to bring an item back on the next agenda?
I don't know, because it was delayed this last meeting, and now it's going to be delayed till it might not be heard, or it might be heard. It's a timing issue.
Well, I know, I know I have some questions on that. I am supportive of the general idea of it, but there's some specific things and protections I want to make sure that our city has.
Perfect.
So I know I've been reaching out to her office to try and talk with that, and
Great.
trying to work with staff on some of those things.
Okay, cool.
Sounds like there's consensus to bring an item back.
I think it's already going to be on the agenda for the next meeting.
Yeah, I think it's over.
Okay.
So that was that, and I just wanted to congratulate Yolanda as well. And that's my last two comments.
City Manager Bond?
I just wanted to build on what Councilmember Silverstein was saying, that we should contact the block captains. And just I wanted everyone to know that we are meeting with Ambassador Abe Roy, the community ambassador, every week. So we had a meeting with him, today, the whole team, and so we'll continue to meet with him on a weekly basis, so we ensure that your voices and your concerns are heard and that we're addressing them as a team.
And not to belabor this whole thing, but I really, I've said this before, I encourage you to reach out to Woolsey Fire Rebuilds if you're in the Palisades Rebuild or Franklin Rebuild. They have been through this process. Those that have been successful to rebuilding and those that have not been successful, please talk to them. There's Facebook groups, there's neighbors and everything else learn from what they've gone through, and that can absolutely help as everybody's going through. So, okay, anything else? All right, so next up I have on my notes is 5B. Great, and who will be giving us our presentation? Brandy.
Good evening, Mayor Riggins and Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein and the rest of the council. This evening, we're here to conduct a public hearing for the Big Rock Mesa Landslide Assessment District 91-1 to levy an assessment for maintenance and repairs, operations, and management of the district for fiscal year 2025-2026. The assessments for fiscal year 2025-26 is $382,035, which is an increase of 3.02% from the previous year. These assessments will generate sufficient revenue to offset the proposed budget of $388,686.50. For single-family residents for the upcoming fiscal year, their assessment will be $1,082.10. This is an increase of $37.10 from the previous year. And for the residents that have a condo or an apartment, their assessment will be $892.73. This is also an increase, and it's $26.17 from the previous year. That concludes my report.
Okay, any initial questions? Okay, public comment. I have one speaker. Do we have anyone online?
No, there are no raised hands.
Okay, so we'll conclude that for that. Joe Drummond?
Hi. I just had two comments about our assessment district. One is the report for the last few decades have shown that we have not moved very much and blah, 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 like it's great. So as long as we're rebuilding what we had, we're just hoping that Yolanda and the geology department, that's where the roadblocks appear to be coming from. I personally don't have that issue. My planning,
Do you have a comment on the assessment?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Okay.
So, and then also, so that, it's just, if you are approving this, that's great. The other comment is PCH is in between the beach and our homes, and that's Caltrans. Caltrans needs to be a part of our assessment district. And I know Rob is looking into that, I do believe, but that is just something that should be a part of our assessment district. We've been supporting PCH for decades, so they should be responsible as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that'll conclude public comment. Back up to the council. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
One quick question. What's the answer to that last point? I mean,
With regards to PCH?
yeah.
At this time, Caltrans is not part of the assessment district when it was formed in 1998.
And do the areas of the assessment district include Pacific Coast Highway, or is it strictly the property at the top of the hill?
Rob?
So I believe that it includes some of the properties on PCH, does not include PCH as an item because I don't, when that assessment district was formed, I believe the assessment engineers and how it was set up, they didn't deem Caltrans to have a benefit from the dewatering system.
So I guess the way I'm thinking of it then is PCH and Caltrans, by owning PCH, may actually benefit from it, but they're not included in what was created as the district. And you can't just, unilaterally incorporate them now that it exists.
Correct.
So I think that makes sense to me.
And so to look at that again, we would have to create a brand new district and go through the process and have analysis completed and looked at to make a finding that there is a benefit in there.
Thank you.
But don't they also, I guess, cover the costs of any effect of the landslide themselves? Am I kind of missing, am I not connecting the dots properly, that they handle the repairs and the maintenance of the roadway independent of the assessment district?
Correct.
So those fees are, their maintenance and such are paid for out of different funds?
Yeah, that's being paid by state funds through Caltrans.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Are there any other comments? Do we want a roll call or just a consensus?
Your call.
All in favor? Oh, you want a roll call? Okay. Any opposed? None? Thank you. And now we have 5C.
And I'm back. So we're going to conduct a public hearing for the Malibu Road Landslide Maintenance Assessment District 98-3 to levy the assessments for the maintenance and repairs, operations, and management of this district for fiscal year 2025-2026. The assessments for fiscal year 2025-26 is $69,269.02, which is an increase of 2.9% from the previous year. This assessment will generate sufficient revenue to offset the proposed budget of $83,127. The existing fund balance will support the deficit between the $69,000 and the budget of $83,000. For Zone A, there are two different zones in this district, Zone A and Zone B. Zone A, single-family residence. This new assessment will be $1,385.38. This is an increase of $40.62 from the previous year. For a condo or an apartment, it's $1,142.94. This is an increase of $33.51 from the last year. For Zone B, the single-family residence is $692.69. This is an increase of $20.31 from the previous year. And for a condo apartment, it's $450.25. This is an increase of $13.20 from last year. This concludes my report.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you. Any questions from council? Do we have any public speakers?
No, we don't have any public speaker slips or raised hands on Zoom, so you can open and close the public hearing.
That'll conclude the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Motion passes.
I have a request going forward, so I'll make it in the form of a motion and I'll explain. I'd like to move 6A to the end, do follow up now with 6B and then 8B, which are the only things left. They're relatively short items. And the reason I ask for that is I'm going to have to recuse myself from 6A. And if we can do the two short items, I could then leave and not have to come back after you're done 6A.
Okay, do we have a motion for that?
That is my motion.
I'll second.
Do we have a second? I'm sorry.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None?
Thank you all.
Okay, so we'll hear item 6B.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Right, good evening, Mayor and Council. So if you recall, at the May 21st City Council meeting, the Council received a report on an option for providing private security in the fire-impacted neighborhoods. At that meeting, the Council directed the interim city manager to choose a security firm and execute a 30-day contract with the option of possibly extending that after 30 days when we got to that point. Council also expressed interest in hearing from the Public Safety Commission and getting their thoughts on this. So the Public Safety Commission met last week and they receive a report on the activities of the private security firm and about the various, activities that were happening in there and how they were assisting with addressing suspicious activities and helping residents. Then the commission voted in favor of recommending to the council that you extend the contract with Covered 6 for another 90 days, but review the services at 60 days. And while we haven't reached the 30-day limit yet, that it ends on June 21st and your next meeting is on the 23rd. So we thought it was timely to try to bring this to you now in the event you want to extend the contract. And that concludes my report.
Any initial questions? Okay, so we'll open the public hearing. We have Ann, followed by...
I'd just like to ask one quick question.
Yeah.
The gentleman from IPS earlier said he was not included in the process. Did he mean by that he didn't get the RFP, notice, or did he mean that
no,
his application
he submitted a proposal.
His application was rejected? Is that what he meant
Correct.
by that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. So we have Ann, followed by Ryan Embry, followed by Joe Drummond. And do we have any speakers online?
There's one raised hand.
Okay, no additional speakers after that one. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm going to have to shoot from the hip here. This was the notice of the meeting, which did not have 24-hour notice. So I don't know. Could 4 hours notice be still a legal meeting? We're still looking into it. Next slide, please. This is I think this is the 2-page report that was given to the Public Safety Commission. It does not include what you have, which is approximately 24 pages. They only saw 2 pages. You have 15. They don't have the price in there, if that's the correct one. Yeah, they don't have a price. They didn't even know what they were voting on. There was no attachment. There was no report that you have here. I mean, clearly, the report that the City Council has is huge. Compared to this, they had no attachments whatsoever. That's all they saw. Next, please. This is the council's agenda. The item that I think we're seeing today, I can't quite tell. But it does have a price range and what it costs. The Public Safety Commission never saw this information. We were there. It was recorded. You can watch it on sayrabbit.com. We actually think it's the first time anybody's gone live with the Public Safety Commission or even recorded it. And I would hope the city would consider doing it themselves. Next, please. This event happened here on May 30th. Covered 6 security people were seen administrating this particular event by checking people in and making sure people didn't bring potato chips and drinks into the chambers auditorium. Next. This is the email we sent on Friday. There's a response to an email we sent on Friday regarding Covered 6 people being reassigned or additionally assigned to be at City Hall rather than in a burn area. Now, we don't know if this is a supplemental detail and who directed them to be there, but the city's response is that they weren't there. But the truth is they were indeed there. Next, please. That's it? That was it? I thought we had another one. So today, we filed a public records request for the surveillance camera video of the hallways to show, because it's part of the story. So we know they were here. The question is, who directed Covered 6 to be here in the council chambers rather than up in the hills patrolling? Was this an additional detail, and who paid for it? Honestly, we have a little bit of a concern because this is kind of goes back to the initial May 23rd report where they said they were going to try to get a security type detail to do law enforcement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan, followed by Joe Drummond.
Well, I would urge you to watch the meeting because it was recorded and it's available. As I said earlier, the whole process for this was, you can't call it a lessons learned because we learned this lesson, unfortunately, over and over and over. This was a mistake. The process is that you decide what you're going to do, and then you send it out for everybody to bid on it competitively, and you don't change the requirements the night that you decide to issue the contract and say, no, we want armed security now. Well, what happened to all the people who didn't submit because they don't do unarmed security, or they're not going to put their employees at risk? Because we know all the burglars and the thieves are armed, so why would you subject these patrol operators who are in Malibu? They're all armed. Imagine that. That's what the standard and the public demands, and and you were correct to rectify that. But how this thing got so far down the rabbit hole that you had to correct it here the night that you were issuing the contract. First of all, it's not a contract, it's a program. And the Public Safety Commission didn't act on your assignment. I was there. I was on the Public Safety Commission. I used to chair it. That body was asked and directed, assigned a duty by you to review the scope of the contract or program. Was it adequate? Was it appropriate? And to comment on it. And what they heard was presentation, a little bit of a spin, is do you want to extend the contract for longer duration, as is? They did not discuss modifying the scope, what you asked. They heard a infomercial presentation from the existing contractor on additional services for drones, cameras, a promise that they were going to up the ante and provide a free portable trailer with one of those masts and cameras on it, like in Home Depot parking lots and in front of Ralph's Market, that would make recordings and so forth, and how that system worked. And guess what? It was free, because they're very happy to have this high-priced contract that they did get temporarily. And I don't know that it's a 30-day contract. It looks like it's a contract with a 10-day cancellation clause. So I guess it could have been an 11-day contract if you'd invoked that. The whole program needs to be reevaluated, because you're really looking at a 6-month to 2-year thing here. And that's not what there wasn't an RFP, it was a RFQ for qualifications. I don't even know if they had to put prices in there for that, but we had 2 eminently qualified local companies that were downrated and eliminated from consideration.
Joe Drummond?
Hi, I just would like to have a report after the 30 days of how many times the patrol went down each private road, each public road, each home that had surviving homes, because I know Patty, who lives in my neighborhood on Seaboard, she says she loves Covered Six. They're there all the time. Then you have Arno, whose chairs were robbed right on his camera. I'm putting a camera on my property, so I should be able to hopefully see how often the cars go by. But I also just read an article about IPS had approached the city about drones being able to fly over the area to detect if fires will happen, and they can deploy resources. I don't know if that's actually deploying FOSCHEC or something like that, but we need something like that. The county should have something like this for the whole of LA County, and Malibu should be included in that, and that should be a part of our defense, because this is going to happen over and over and again. I know. So if IPS hopefully can be relooked at, and that you guys can have a meeting with Lindsay Horvath and the County Board of Supervisors about deploying some sort of defense mechanism against this happening, and work with obviously CAL FIRE and LA County Fire. We need as much defense from this as possible. We can do our part by rebuilding responsibly, defensible space, fire resilient, all of that, but we need to stop these as soon as they start. Thank you.
Thank you. And you said we had one speaker online?
Yeah, but their hand went down.
Okay, so that'll conclude the public hearing. Council? Comments,
I
questions?
just have a question. The Public Safety Commission said to extend for 90 days. Is that a 90-day total contract, or is that 90 days from when the contract is up?
From when the contract's up.
All right. So it'd be a total of 120 days at that point.
Yes.
All right. I think when we first brought this up, I made the comment maybe 60 days with a 60-day renewal. This fits within what I was looking at as a 120-day program. I know people are always going to say, gee, I don't want them to leave, but we can't afford anybody to stay on site at this cost for an extended period of time. Honestly, the 120 days, people have to either get their security in place for their own personal property, just like your home, or if they're doing construction. There's got to be a limit to this. And the Sheriff's Department hopefully will be back to its regular patrols, but definitely the looky-loos and so forth will be gone soon. And I'm in favor of giving the 90-day extension for this, but I think we need to forewarn everybody, at least from my point of view, that's the end. It can't be an unlimited amount of money going after this. It's already going to cost us over $1 million for this 120 days. And I think that's about all we can afford to put into this pot. That's my feeling.
Anyone else?
If there's not, I'll make a motion to approve for 90 additional days.
I'll second. I agree with Doug's comments.
That's to have staff bring back out an agreement for the additional 90 days, right?
Right.
I did have one question. Susan, can you tell us how many companies responded to the RFQ?
20.
20 different companies, so it was a pretty
Yes, yeah, that's a lot. I've done a lot of RFQs here, and that was a lot. And I would say they were all provided either armed or unarmed, so I don't think that was a factor.
Great. Just 1 second. So I know, Joe, you talked about cameras. Arno showed some of the stuff from his cameras. Please remember that the Sheriff's Department does have a registry program for cameras, so that when they do get notification of some type of activity, they can contact the different homeowners. Even if you're not there, I'm sure they would welcome as much information as possible. So encourage your neighborhood to register all the cameras with the Sheriff's Department. Bruce?
Go ahead, Bruce.
I had recalled from the initial presentation that it was a pretty robust process, so I was comfortable that the staff made a good decision on that. I remember we went out of our way to allow one other vendor to be considered that said that they had not had an adequate opportunity to submit, and we gave our interim city manager the discretion after looking into it further to decide whether to retain them or not. And she communicated, at least to me, I don't know whether she communicated to every member of council, but I know she told me her reasoning, which she didn't need to because I trusted her judgment. And after she explained it to me, and it was best not said publicly, it was a very valid reason for her decision to go with who she went with. I was very satisfied with it. And I would be shocked if anyone didn't apply because we had asked for unarmed in our RFQ and then ultimately made a decision after hearing from the public to go with armed because I doubt that it's anything other than sophistry to say somebody might have not been willing to make a submission because they only are willing to provide armed security because they're fearful for the safety of their people. I'd be shocked if that were the case.
Quick comment, especially for people in Big Rock. You guys had a flock camera on Big Rock Road. As part of the eventual ending of security support, I'd encourage you to get that camera back up. Last time I looked at it, it was toasted. And just get flock to bring it back. I know in my community, they put an upgraded system in about 2 months ago, and it's got quite enhanced capabilities. So you might look into that as well. But I would encourage you to get the flock cameras up if you can afford them or got a system to do it.
Okay, any additional comments?
Can I just, one quick question?
Yes.
The commission didn't specify, but I wanted to find out what the council wished. The 60-day review, would you wish the commission to do that review or do you want to do the review?
Do we want to have the Public Safety Commission do the 60-day review, or do you want it to come directly to council?
I'd go with the commission and/or the staff.
Yeah.
I
Let
would
the
agree.
commission do it, and then let's see what they recommend, 60 days.
Okay, thank you.
So that would be about, what, 45 days from now? Or is it going to be the middle of the 90-day extension?
It'll
I just wanna
probably be
kinda
the
get an
first
idea.
meeting in August.
Okay. Everybody good with that, the first meeting in
Yeah, we
August
probably
for
got to
public
give them
safety?
some criteria we want them to review, so they know what we're looking at and so we get good information back.
I mean, do we want them, did they get the information about the activity that had been going on out there?
They did a
what
verbal,
exactly was-
we didn't have the report that you have came after that meeting. So Cover 6 provided a lot of that same information that was in the report, but in a verbal report.
Okay. Okay, anything else? Can we have a motion and a second? All in favor?
And Mayor, the motion is to direct staff to bring back an item for an amendment to extend the current contract additional 90 days and have the Public Safety Commission conduct a 60-day review.
Yes. Correct? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to go 8B. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. So this is Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy Advisory Committee. Please raise your hand in Zoom if you would like to speak on this item. We have public speakers. The report says council member. Is this the council member?
I'm sorry, that would have been a typo, Ben. No, I can give you a report.
Great, thank you.
So the city is one of the agencies that appoints representatives to Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy Advisory Committee. The city's current representative has resigned. Historically, this advisory committee held meetings that conflicted with the city council's regular meetings. Typically, most cities will appoint a council member to represent the agency on the committee. Recently, they have changed their meeting schedule to meet the third Monday of the month with the hope that a council member would be able to attend and participate more regularly in these meetings, but it is up to the council to make its appointment.
Okay. So do we have any initial questions or comments? Okay, I'll go to public comment. I have Joe Drummond and Darren Graves in person. Do we have any raised hands?
One raised hand.
Okay, if you can keep it at just that one raised hand. Joe?
So I've been talking to Haylin about this for several months, and if it can be a council member, obviously it should be Haylin Conrad. She's familiar with the access issues for the hiking trails, the campfire issues, and of course, our hills above us that are not maintained, our motorways, the extreme brush. So I do, if it's not going to be Jeff Greer or Wade Major, it should be Haylin. Thank you.
Thank you. Darren?
Good evening once again. I'd second that motion that it should be Haylin. I didn't know that MRCA even existed until January, because why would I, right? But since then, I've looked into it. I've been up onto MRCA land. I've seen that they have not been clearing brush on roads that they use to access their land. They're probably in the process of constantly acquiring more land, and that's fine. But if they do so, they should have the legal requirement enforced. If they're going to say they're going to clear brush within 40 feet of an access road on either side, then somebody needs to monitor how they're doing it, because they're obviously not doing it. I've been on roads where there's brush growing in the middle of the road, there's brush kind of overlaying the road, and people who need those roads to access their property can't, and they're taking it upon themselves to grade the roads, put pavers on the roads, and putting a lot of personal time and sweat equity into maintaining something that really isn't their responsibility, and actually they get in trouble for doing. So whoever is working with the MRCA, please get them to have a monitored activity so the people who own land adjacent to their land can, rest easy at night. Thank you.
Our public speaker online.
Craig Hill.
Craig, go ahead.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Council, great to see you all. Interim Manager Bond, congratulations to Yolanda. Good to hear the sound system behaving. We just heard that SMMC hoped it would be a council member. The staff report didn't say that. I sent you a detailed letter, so I'll just briefly remind you that I'd be perfect fit for this position. I hope that none of you are really considering it because you all have a lot on your respective plates. I've dealt with Joe Edmiston and Paul Edelman off and on for 20 years. Politically and temperamentally, I could help bridge the frequent gap between the cities and the Conservancy's perceived interests, including the often coincident interests of the MRCA. I know much of the relevant law and the lore, so I'd be able to participate smartly from day one, representing Malibu's interests. And most of you know that I bring the research and the rigor. I'm temporarily residing in Oakview, too far from Malibu to make the several trips per week that would have been required for me to remain an effective planning commissioner. But since the Conservancy meetings are once a month, it wouldn't be quite as much of a time commitment. And you can recall that after the fires, you passed a policy allowing displaced residents to hold appointed positions. In any case, my permanent residence remains in Malibu. I still often come to town, and I'm actively engaged in the rebuilding process, my own and the neighborhood's. And not being a council member, I wouldn't be at risk of potential conflicts of interest should I weigh in on an SMMC matter that later comes to council. I'd be able to speak freely. So weigh this decision carefully. I think I'd be a great fit for it. And if not, it sounds like Halen's leaning for it. She'd be all right too. I'm here for any questions. Thanks.
Thank you. That'll close public comments. Back up here at the desk. How would everyone like to proceed? Bruce?
Okay, so first of all, I just want to say the statement that it's typical that it's a city council member that's on the advisory board is not accurate. I asked for the identification of everyone, and I think there's 25 or 26 members, and 5 of them are city council members. So that's 20% at most. I know that they want us to appoint a council member, though, and that's why they changed the date of their meeting so that we would do it. I've got reservations about whether we ought to be doing it, but I have been talking to Halen, and I'm allowed to talk to one person under the Brown Act, so I've talked to Halen and no one else, and I know that she wants to do this, and she expressed to me good reasons why it ought to be a city council member. So notwithstanding my gut feeling that we shouldn't be accommodating a request of this nature because it's not typical, and I think that there's reasons for it that may be beneath the surface that are not necessarily in our best interests. I'm supportive of Halen being the member, so I'd like to nominate her formally.
Thank you. Sure. Doug?
Okay, I'm going to take a little different position on this. As some of you know, Halen and I are on an ad hoc group appointed by the council to deal with MRCA. I had this earlier with Paul Grassani. We've made significant progress, I'll call it, and what we refer to as a reset with the MRCA, and it's at a mutual request that we have this council member take this position. And I disagree with Bruce. When I counted up the number of people that are elected officials, I came up with roughly half the group. But I think you need somebody that's got experience dealing with MRCA now for almost 2 years. We've made significant progress in many areas, which we'll talk about eventually. But I think this is a position that needs a more senior council member that's got more experience at it. Halen and I have worked well together, and I have no problem turning it over to Halen in another year or two. But for right now, I think you need to get the old guy on. And I'm willing to take this on. The last thing I want to do is take a third Monday of a month to have to deal with this, but I think this is the right thing to do right now, and I would recommend to the council that I be appointed. I seldom take this kind of an action, but I take this one seriously, and I'd appreciate being nominated if I didn't nominate myself.
Thanks, Doug. So I am proud to put myself forward as Malibu's representative to the MRCA. I've already begun building relationships with their board and recently attended one of their meetings to ensure Malibu has a presence thank you for your support, Joe and you guys. In fact, I was the one that requested that Joe Edmondson move his meeting night so Malibu could actually be represented by a council person. And he did. So if we have Joe's attention right now, it's because I helped make that happen. And I really enjoy working with you, Doug, on the ad hoc. I think we're making progress. But I understand firsthand the balance that we must strike between preserving our natural resources, protecting the rights and safety of visitors and residents, and ensuring thoughtful, responsible public access. I'm the right person for this. I've already began building relationships, so I would like to be nominated.
Okay. So how should we proceed?
You guys have to vote.
Has there been a motion to nominate?
I think.
I'll make the motion to nominate myself. Is that how it works?
We do need a motion and a second. So far, no motions have been seconded.
Well, I thought I nominated, so that could be viewed as a motion, but I'll move that with all respect, Doug, because I think either of you would do a great job. But I'm supporting Halen on this one. And I asked Joe Edmondson for the identification of everyone on his board, and there's 25 members and 5 of them are city council members. That's a fact. That's not just.
Well, I think there's other electeds on that board also.
Never said anything about electeds. I
Right.
said city council members. But in any event, I'll nominate Halen.
I'll second. And again, she's been working on it for a while now, and I think.
Thank you.
I beg to differ. I've been working on it a lot longer than she has. And let's don't get into this issue about who has got more experience or not, or who's been working at it recently. Look, we've got a team working on ad hoc on this. I've got seniority on it. I think I'm the right person to do this. If we want to put Halen in there, you talk about somebody that's been on council for 5 months as opposed to somebody that's been on it for over 2 years.
With all due respect, I called the governor. That's why we have Joe Edmondson's attention. So I would be the right person for this. You have made progress, but I will help with that.
I believe I was in Sacramento last October.
Yeah, and you gave him a letter that nobody got. So let's not pretend.
I think every one of us could make an argument for why, if we were selected, we would do a good job. It's just a question of we've got to pick one person out of 5, and it can't be 2 people. So someone's going to have to, if 2 people want it, someone's going to have to not be the one that's selected.
Do we need to nominate an alternate?
That's what I was going to suggest, that we have
I
a
don't
primary and we
believe
have an alternate.
we have the option to nominate an alternate for this position.
You
I
do
don't
not have
believe
an
there's a
option.
provision for that.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
I was going to say for verify for Halen Conrad.
This is the motion to nominate Councilmember Conrad.
Okay, great.
To appoint.
To appoint. Sorry, if I could start that roll call over again. Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
Councilmember Conrad?
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart?
No.
Mayor Riggins?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, so now we're going to excuse Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein. Good night. And we'll move on to item, you're back to 6A? Am I correct?
Yeah. Waivers.
Waivers, fee waivers. Okay. We have a staff report?
Yes, ma'am, we do. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Dan Horted, Interim Assistant Planning Director. Before you tonight is a presentation for the proposed broad Franklin and Palisades Wildfire Fee Waiver Program. In the agenda report, the items in the proposed fee waiver program are either underlined, which are proposed by staff, or in italics. I put them in bold in the presentation because it makes it clear to review and represent the items that City Council requests that staff add to the resolution or a resolution. Additional clarification might require the resolution to be updated if there's any additional council actions. And it didn't move. There it goes. Sorry. The fee waiver program is in response to the recent wildfires and modeled mostly after the Woolsey fee waiver program. The program is applicable to owners and family members, occupants at the time of the fires, single and multifamily properties with no commercial rebuilds, parcels with multiple structures are eligible, permits for temporary housing issued by the city, and it also includes fees associated with time extensions. Like the Woolsey program, staff is asking for clarity on types of structures eligible for the fee waiver program. Underlined in the agenda report and this presentation, here we have a list of some additional types of structures such as seawalls, other permitted infrastructure as required by the city or other agency, temporary water tanks or other suppression mechanisms that are needed to suppress fires in the future. LLCs are prohibited for council discussion and direction, but I will bring up Proposition 19 in a little while to talk to you about that and see if we can go a different way on that. No limits on income eligibility. If property is sold after the waiver is granted and before the C of O is issued, waived fees shall be reimbursed. No new fees can be claimed after the C of O is issued. Any post-approval of planning and building fees cannot be waived. And fee waivers are not transferable. And I'm not changing slides, which I should have had Parker do. Sorry. So program details. The waiver will be applied at the time of building application or planning application submittal. Fees waived or fees paid prior to qualifying waiver request will be reimbursed. Some of the program deadlines, application for the fee waiver program for this program will be June 30th, 2031 for applications, June 30th, also 2031 for the project to be deemed complete, and December 30th, 2033 for all building permits to be obtained. So that's similar to the 6 and 8 year timeline that we had for the Woolsey fire. In terms of correspondence, we did receive one email Friday. I just received it this morning, and that's the one that talked about Proposition 19, pertaining to the exemption for owner-occupied homes held under an LLC. So what I did find out for the first time today was that in the Woolsey fire rebuild, we did issue 9 permits to LLCs that were homeowner occupied. And we did so by they verified that through driver's license and or voting records, and that they had to do the affidavit that they were there at the time of the fires. So similar to any other application, but they just proved that they were the homeowner. And so we did 9 applications for that. So we did do it, but we were a little more critical on the application to make sure that they came through. We did deny several that were just not homeowner occupied, you could tell. So what staff is recommending is that we discuss the additional items underlined in the agenda report and return with a revised resolution, or that City Council adopt the resolution number 2529 as presented. Staff is preferable to the first one because I think we want to fine tune the resolution to include the new information we got with the LLCs if council is amenable.
Thank you. Any initial questions?
Anybody online?
Well, I just wanted to see if there's anybody. So I have 2 public comments, 3 public comments in person. Do we have anyone online?
There's 2 raised hands.
Okay, if you could just identify those 2 and no additional. Our first public speaker in person is Ryan Embry, followed by Daniel Smith, followed by Joe Drummond.
Okay, I'd like you to instruct your staff to use the words would in their proposals before you and not will, because that's kind of a preloaded end result. Just to be clear, you are a subset of the state of California, and you're subject to the state of California Constitution, which includes Article 16, Section 6, which this proposal is violative of. Doesn't mean it's not tradition, that you haven't done it before, but just realize that there is no legal analysis available in the public record for this item. I find that unacceptable, and therefore you should continue the item. It's not going to hurt to continue the item because there's no net effect. We just heard that the proposal is that you'll refund anybody who's already paid something. So that's not holding anybody back, and they're not clamoring down the door to submit at this point. So that's one. The waive everything is totally different than Woolsey Fire, because Woolsey Fire had very limited beachfront exposure. It was bird view. It wasn't necessarily difficult to reconstruct homes on caissons on the beach with complicated septic issues. Some of the lots, which are so narrow, they probably won't be buildable. They'll have to consolidate and buy their neighbors out on one side or both sides to do it, because the fire department requirement to basically encircle the house for firefighting purposes. So they don't all burn down like they just did, because they're all jam-packed right next to each other. So there's issues there. Your goal, if you're going to move forward with this, is to do rapid response, and that would be the intent. You'd say, well, the sooner people rebuild, it's just better overall. So a 6-year timeline is not what you did. What you did was like a 1-year waiver way back in 19, or the previous council. So putting 6 years out before you even have to submit your first application to still be eligible sends the absolute wrong signal. Maybe 2 years to get started with submitting something. And if you don't submit in 2 years, maybe the 3rd year, if you submit between 2nd and 3rd year, you get half your fees waived, because you need to incentivize compliance. You're picking up the tab. We're picking up the tab. People don't realize this is $40,000 to $80,000 worth of work that the city's having to pay for. And that was recently confirmed for a county rebuild in Latigo. It wasn't on the beach, didn't have a complicated foundation, didn't have wave uprush study, didn't have Caltrans issues. So my time's running out, but you could do a means test, and you could get around the constitutional prohibition by issuing grants to those who can demonstrate gross underinsurance.
Thank you. Daniel, and then Joe Drummond.
My wife and I are the sole members of an LLC that owns our house. We set up the house that way because we have legitimate privacy concerns, as do many residents in Malibu. Our last house in Malibu was also held the same way. Why are we being punished for the lawful way that we hold title to our house? I would like to know specifically why this city has set up this exclusion, because it's insult to injury. We're not faceless corporations. We're real people who've been traumatized by a disaster, and we deserve the same protections and assistance as anyone else. If you want proof of residency, ask for that. If you want proof of natural persons only and not corporate members, ask for that. Or better yet, just stop gatekeeping assistance to your residents in their time of need. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe?
Hello. I agree with Danny, and I appreciate the Assistant Planning Director's amended resolution. I personally don't have this issue, but many people in my neighborhood and in the Byrne area have this LLC where they are owner occupied. So if they have a voter registration or some proof that they're living there, I think that should be honored. And anyone else, a corporation or anything that could not be an owner occupied house should not have the fees waived. That's basically it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our speakers online?
Thomas.
Thomas, go ahead.
I'm just wondering if the reason that Joe's speaking about this particular issue is because of Airbnbs. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Scott Dietrich.
Scott.
Madam Mayor and Council, yeah, I definitely support
this action that staff is recommending with the provision to add the LLCs for homeowners and home people who live there. But I want to bring something to your attention. We were all at the luncheon honoring Captain C2, and she brought up a point that I think will really help us. She said, why was she so successful? And her answer was, because I thought out of the box. And you all heard it where she said her supervisors would say, how dare you do that? And then 6 months later, after she'd done it and it proved successful, what did you do to make that program so successful? We need to think out of the box. I'm very concerned that Yolanda's going to get slammed with hundreds of applications. The way to solve this is to say, no, we don't need a rebuild category. We need to grandfather in all these houses when it's like for like. And I understand Assemblywoman Jackie Irvin, is waiting to hear from your council, you guys, our council, so that she can go to the governor and tell him what we need to speed a review to build quicker. So I'd ask you, talk to Yolanda, find out what she needs to make this process go as quickly as possible.
Scott, do you
Then
have a
go
comment
to
on the
our
fee waivers?
And, and we don't need their approval for fee waivers. We need this to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that'll conclude our public hearing. Back up to the count. Who wants to start?
Well, I'm in favor of looking into the LLCs, meaning striking D, and if there's proof of home ownership, like they're saying, proof of home at the time of C of O issuance, things like that. Sounds good to me.
Anyone else?
Well, I'm the one who said drop the LLCs, because what I was really after was investor and ownership. And let's talk about why this is different than maybe back at Woolsey. Woolsey was in 2018. Proposition 19 was in 2020. Proposition 19 actually is, you can call it the Bridges case. That's where the idea was you couldn't carry your tax assessment forward under Proposition 19. It did offer some advantages. I think there's $1 million gimme on a Proposition 19 that you get. If you're an LLC, you bypass probate if you don't tell them about it. And LLCs, attorneys are telling people with LLCs to bypass Proposition 19, use of LLC because you don't have to report who all the owners are. And that's not correct. I guess what I'm really trying to say in this, look, if you're a property owner and you own it in your own name, that's great. An LLC is an investor property structure. And yes, you can hide, I work with them all the time. You can hide the name of who's in it until you file your SOI, your Statement of Information. And then your Statement of Information has got who the members are. And there's no way for the staff to really know if an LLC has changed ownership unless you read the operating agreements and you get into the SOIs and when they're filed, or you get the required Board of Equalization filing that's supposed to happen within 90 days if you have a change of control. It's a lot of work for us to have to do, and most people that have an LLC are going to be investor properties, or if they're a C Corp or an S Corp. I think we wanted this to be for natural people. That's what we were really after. That's the people that actually own the house, a resident get his residence back. If the council wants to make it for LLCs, fine, but what we're doing now, we'll be ending up having investor-owned properties getting the fee waivers. You also have people like, I'm trying to think of the name, Picasso owned theirs in LLCs, so they can all rebuild with a fee waiver, and we wouldn't be able to do anything about it. So I don't know how to get around that. If we've got an issue on corporate-owned properties, this is a place to draw the line, in my estimation.
Steve?
I'm looking for suggestions.
Yeah, I like staff suggestions if they want to take it back and to deal with Doug's issue. When you take it back and look for the LLCs, come back with it. Think about what you have to do to confirm that it is okay. And if that becomes a huge workload, all right, something that maybe we should follow up his idea, but if you can find a reasonably accurate way to get that done, this gentleman's got the LLC, right? So he has got a legitimate concern that says I should get the fee waiver, and he probably should, as long as it's his house. So if you can tell us how you can do that, or you understand a way to get that done without, consuming a huge amount of effort, I'd like to hear that when you bring it back.
Yeah, let me just make a comment on it. If you look at a Picasso LLC, each one of the property owners is listed as an owner. So you've got 6 owners on that LLC. Do they get a fee waiver?
So
I don't know.
Yeah. Do you wanna...
So we verified by address on driver's license or voter registration. So if you're voting from that property address, then yes, that's verification that you live at that address. If you can prove by affidavit that you lived there during or before the fires. But we also have, and I'd like to work with this gentleman, because we have the Secretary of State website that we can look up LLCs. So to find out who the primary members or memberships are for the LLC. So if it is just a family, maybe it's a husband and wife, and they are doing it for privacy issues, that would be evident. So it's something that I would like to delve in further, yes.
Okay, from somebody that I use LLCs all the time in our asset management business. And the Secretary of State, it's a Statement of Information form, it's an LLC 12. That's where you're going to see the statement done every other year. They're supposed to file a Board of Equalization filing, a 100B form, when you have a change of control. I like the idea of checking the driver's license or verifying the residence address. And that gets you away from the Picassos, the 6 people that own it together. That may be a way to get to it. But the question then is, what do you do about the continuity of who owns the property at the time the certificate of occupancy is completed? You're going to have to get another statement from them that you got to do the background validation that the LLC is still the same ownership as it had when the house burned down. Are you guys able to do that? That's really the question.
I think we've addressed that within the actual program itself about C of O, and if you sell it prior to C of O.
You wouldn't transfer it because it'd still be in the LLC name. The trade would be the shares sold underneath the LLC. It would stay constantly in the same name.
So I will look into that. So I'm not a finance guy, I'm a planner. So I will definitely look into that.
All right, let me give you a suggestion. I think what you want to do is get a certified copy of the operating agreement at the time, whenever you need to verify the ownership, and I think you also want to do the driver's license check.
Okay.
But for investor-owned property, if you're not an individual at that residence with the majority of that ownership, I don't think you can get the waiver. So you're going to have to do a little bit of work to figure out how to test it, because especially along the coast, you're going to find a lot of LLCs. They're rental properties, investment properties, and we don't want to be giving waivers to people that don't need them. And as I know, I've talked to Yolanda about this is no cheap ride. And to be giving that to people that are investors in the property is a misuse, I think, of the public's money.
Yeah, the primary residency requirement would take care of a lot. I mean, if you want, I don't think you have to bring it back. You could just delete, as proposed by Councilmember Conrad tonight, the process of verification of ownership at the termination would be the issue. Just needs to be sorted out by staff. They'd have to provide evidence. The burden is on the applicant to go provide the evidence if they want to keep that fee waiver that they are the owner of the property at the time that the construction is completed.
At the start and at the
CFO.
Right.
Okay, Doug's forgot more about LLCs than I know, so, and I think we got to take his comments seriously and take a good look. I mean, if we can make it work, we got to consider it. Again, depends on how much effort we have to put in to get, the other thing is, I don't know how many of them we're going to have. The issue may be if somebody thinks they got an LLC and they want a fee waiver, they've got to come in and give us some kind of either a signed affidavit or something that verifies that, and if we prove that they're wrong, and we've got some legal action we can take with them. I don't know. Just think about it.
Okay.
And by the way, I'm really saying LLCs, C Corps, and S Corps. If it's a corporate owned, and LLCs are a corporation, limited liability corporation. Yeah. If it's one of those three, I think the onus is on the property owner to prove it's a residential property with a human living in it.
Agree.
Okay.
So my only other question would be the underlined stuff in the agenda report and then the stuff in italics, which you had requested previously. The LLCs were the only things, well, not the only things, they were one of the italicized items that you wanted to prohibit from being in the fee waiver program. If staff works on that, is council okay with the remaining items, single and multifamily homes, no commercial rebuilds? Staff is recommending that, stuff like that. Do I leave that in the resolution and then just maybe work with Trevor or on the LLC thing?
So I haven't made any of my comments, and I actually want to ask about multifamily properties and what the definition of a multifamily property is. Why is it that that's being included in the?
Why is it being included? Because they burned as well.
So what defines a multifamily property? Is it the zoning? Is it the use? Why is it being brought forward versus just a single family residence? I just want to understand the makeup, some of those properties and what we're looking at exactly.
Good evening, City Council. And I don't think we have in-depth look into the definition of the multifamily. I think we need to come back to you and what is really defined as multifamily, right? Under the debris removal, Army Corps is considered a multifamily a duplex. So, but under our building code, a multifamily is 3 or more units. And under our zoning code is different. So we need to come back to you and really establish what a definition of multifamily, so council feels comfortable with this.
Yeah, because I think I have some concerns with that. I don't think that, I mean, my personalist thing, the apartment buildings, I'm personally not looking to have the apartment buildings included in this. Yeah, that's kind of a commercial endeavor more than a single family residence. The multifamily that I'm thinking of are the duplexes that are down on Pacific Coast Highway, but those had individual owners on either side and their own APN, I believe?
That is correct. You are looking at about 22 parcels. 4 of them are commercial and the rest of them are multifamily.
And the multifamily, is it true multifamily where it's apartment buildings?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I'm not inclined to include those types of structures. And so I think I'd want to hear from the council.
I'm just as I said before, I don't want to have investor property carried into this. And I was troubled by that as well. It's one thing to have a 1 or 2 unit, somebody owns a duplex and rents out one side of it. That's a little different than a 12-unit apartment building.
So duplex or triplex would be okay or not?
Well, so I think that's where we're kind of getting into the definition, because we've got single family residents with accessory dwelling units or what used to be called a guest house. So are those structures that we're looking at similar in nature to that, or are they true duplexes and/or triplexes and apartment buildings? So I think we need some additional information from staff, but I think the council is pretty clear that we're looking at what closely resembles a single-family residence, given the unique nature of the beachfront properties or others.
We want to avoid commercial ventures.
Yeah.
Right.
Investor-owned properties.
Yeah, we want to avoid.
So for multifamily, a duplex, but it'd have to be the primary resident on both sides would qualify. But if they only had if there was only a resident on one side and not the other, would it not qualify? How do you want to deal with that? Because you could have a whole range of options.
Well, I mean, those duplexes that are down there, I guess I'm kind of questioning how they're going to get rebuilt, because it's going to require cooperation from both property owners, isn't it, before that gets rebuilt?
Well, it'll have to be a like for like in order to qualify also, right? That's the only ones that are gonna fit. So if they decide not to build a duplex again or build something else, then they wouldn't qualify, right?
They would not qualify, and then the other item that I would like council to consider is a lot of our families are going to be proposing ADUs, and so are you considering to into the factor to waive ADUs? So that's another layer to it, and then with that same temporary water tanks and pools.
Yeah, so how many items do we want to include? Is it just going to be the single-family residence, or is it going to be the accessory items that are required in order to build that structure? If they have to add a retaining wall, what did we do in Woolsey? Did we include retaining walls?
We did include retaining walls.
Okay.
If they were part of the PV planning verification.
Were ADUs included? I mean, they were called second units then.
ADU was a second, it was not part of the like for like, it was an additional structure, so for that, it was not included.
Unless they had a pre-existing one that they were rebuilding.
That is
So
correct.
a new construction, they weren't getting it, but it was, if it existed and burned, it's part of the fire.
That is correct.
Okay.
Is that what the council wants to do for this time?
So the difference in this is the ADUs may be proposed as additional square footage, and even though it might be considered a like for like because of the ADU ordinance.
Well, under the governor's order, you can get a like for like, and then you can add an ADU on top of it as a new construction to get yourself more. So.
So the additional square footage for the allowable ADU would not be included? It would just be the original square footage?
Yeah, we're taking care of what they built, like for like.
And if they choose to add the ADU, they're doing that on their dime?
So if it's within the 110% rebuild, then it will be waived. But if you're going to use the ADU to go beyond that, then there would not be a waiver for the ADU portion.
I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah, be my guess, yeah.
All right. Any other questions?
And by the way, one thing about like swimming pools, I mean, we're talking about water tanks and swimming pools and so forth. It's one thing to have an income property added to a property. Swimming pools, what do we do in Woolsey? Or do
We'll see swimming pools were not part of the requirements for rebuild. On this policy rebuild, the fire department is given the ability of adding a pool as the like for like to enhance those preventions for fire.
So you're saying it would be part of a like for like?
Yes.
Yeah. I think if it's a like for like, and it's a residential owner that lives there, I'm fine with that.
For pools and tanks?
Pools and what?
Pools and temporary water tanks?
Yeah.
Have we established what the fee is going to be for a water tank? Is that included in the fee schedule?
It is included in the fee schedule. I don't have it with me right now.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. I wasn't sure if that had been established yet to the cost. Because, I mean, I think a pool for the permit for the pool is less than $1,000. Now, planning, that may have additional fees and the geology reports and public works and everything else, but.
And the fire department may want that to be part of in lieu of a tank.
Right. Or the homeowner chooses that as the option.
I have one more question.
Go ahead.
Ryan's idea about putting some time limit to try and push these people to go faster. I think that's a good idea, all right? And whether it's a thing that says, within 2 years, 2.5 years, you get the full thing. If it goes longer than that, it gets cut in half and then gets cut in half again. Just that if we're trying to get them rebuilt, let's give them an incentive to rebuild.
So I remember I was the one that pushed for that additional time frame, and that's because I think we had 3 amendments on the fee waiver program for Woolsey. So I didn't want to set us up for failure and having the council have to keep hearing those repeated and do those additional amendments. So, I mean, if we think, I just don't want to do amendments. That's my thing. I'm fine with doing a shorter time period, but I want the council at that time to respect that and not push it out. But our council, previous to Halen joining us, I think pushed it out twice.
Look, I think if we think reducing the fee payment based upon the time frame is rational, we ought to try it. Let's see what happens. If I got to make an amendment later on to fix it, I can always do that, right? It isn't like.
By the way, your comment about having it declining over time, there's some merit to that. I think what we want people to do is to move forward.
Fast.
However, financially, they may not have the money to pull this off until they get settlements with insurance companies and so forth. So we need enough time to get them over the hump with the insurance company. And I'm thinking maybe 3 years.
Or they at least got to come in with a plan. If they get the plan in within 3 years, they get, they don't have to.
Right. Well, I think what they have here is, let's see, got to find my page here.
It's 6 and 8 years.
Yeah, 6 and 8 years. If you had 3 years and 5 years.
I just think it's an incentive that I think, and like I say, if it doesn't work, we can always fix it. Let's try it. What do you think?
And so we can do the 3 years to get the planning approval and the 5 years to get the building and safety approval, and then at that time reassess. It's up to the council, however you would like us to proceed.
Yeah.
I'd like to try that.
I like it.
Could I make a suggestion about the multifamily? Because I think staff should get direction on that. One option you could do is the primary residency requirement. If you didn't have primary residence in all of them, you could just make it a proportion. So if it was a duplex and you had one primary resident and one that wasn't, you would get half your fees reduced. You could do that for a triplex and a quadplex. You can do the same.
That's an excellent idea, Trevor. You ought to be on city council.
Staff can bring that back as a proposal and you can fine tune it, but just try to find something for them to start working with rather than just bringing back a definition and then restarting it.
So where is we?
Okay. Then I did have a couple other comments that I wanted to remind people. So as people are relocating to different properties while they are waiting for rebuild, you're going to be changing your driver's license. You're possibly changing your voter registration. Please take a copy of your current driver's license before you change it. Staff is going to need proof of those things. So spread that out amongst all the residents out there to make sure that you are memorializing your original address at the time of the fire. And then as you update your paperwork and everything, and staff is going to comment on something.
My understanding is DMV takes that license when you get a new one. So, but if you don't update your voter registration and you still want to vote in Malibu, you would keep your voter registration card. So that should show your existing current.
It's real easy for people to just go take a Xerox of their current driver's license too before they change it. So there are ways that you can memorialize that. Okay. So staff should also be aware that those might be coming. It's just photocopies of that.
And we can add that information on our web page to the applicants and families know.
It'll just make it easier for staff as you guys are going through those applications and everything. So one less thing you're going to have to verify. Okay, so we're recommending that you bring this back, correct?
Right.
and with the adjustment in the time period down to 3 and 5 years.
Taking a look at LLCs.
Take a look at LLCs and
for
how those would
multifamily.
be processed, and look at the multifamilies and possible solutions for how to do partial fee waivers depending on the occupancy. Anything else?
Start, see where it goes.
Staff, need anything else?
No, we got direction. We will be ready to bring that back.
Okay, great.
Thank
Perfect.
you. Nice job.
Is there
Thank you.
anything else? Then our agenda is completed and we will adjourn the meeting. Thank you.